Nu, ko labrīt, dāmas kungi, cienījamie klātsošie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear visitors here in CESIS Concert Hall. And I saw a poster of the event where I will also be participating, where I will be performing. But it is reminiscent to me that I am for the 5th or 6th time in the event for Latvia state roads, and sometimes I say also to my colleagues that in Technical University I have actually finished the courses on road construction, and I can give also now advice to my colleagues regarding the thickness of layers, road safety, various aspects, sand, sprinkling of salt, etc. And we have discussed this a lot during the last years, but not so much about maintenance. And that is why this is the focus of this year for the event, because as any construction, it has to be taken care of, and it is a big representation from all the regions in Latvia, Rēzekne, Alūksne, even until Liepāja and Ventspils. And that is why I encourage, after each speaker, get involved with questions, with replicas, or maybe with your own stories and experience, or maybe some critical remarks. But, so today we will hear 3 stories from Lithuania, Estonia, and Finland, also our neighboring colleagues. We have interpretation. If you need it, then use the headsets, and we have a photographer also working. Verners Akimovs, member of the board of State Limited Liability Company, Latvia State Roads. And the story is that maintenance is as important as construction. Werner, I give floor to you. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am glad to see a full hall, and those also, I know that there are also people present online. As Mr. Krause said, this is my personal initiative. I think a year ago in one meeting there was a question we raised, and sometimes we say express gratitude at the end, but I want to say thank you now. This initiative has materialized itself in the format of this conference. Thank you to Anna and all the team of Latvia State Roads. My today's message to you is, as it says in my presentation, that the maintenance of roads is as important as construction, and now maybe actually it is even more important than such capital investment and construction. In my presentation you are going to hear several theses, maybe like an introduction to the topics. We are going to hear more during the course of the day, and my colleagues are going to tell more about it. Additionally, I'm really very glad that we're going to have Estonian, Finnish colleagues and Lithuanian colleagues who are going to also share their experience. And so the first slide, I think this is the most popular one in any presentation when something is said, something is presented about the Latvian state roads. We see, and it's informative, where we have capital investment, including the European Union funding, it is 170 million, and for maintenance it's 56 million approximately. And the reality is such that this is actually a deficit budget for investment, for routine maintenance, and it seems like the capital investment is not going to increase dramatically. It is not expected, and let us hope that it's not reducing. And for the maintenance, so that is why actually we are focusing even more on maintenance than on building, because correctly maintained road is then improving its life expectancy. And we have also calculated how much we would need to keep the roads in good condition. That is 160 million, and with capital investments that is 460 million. And the fact is that the road network is now during the times of insufficient funding. And I dare to say that this 160 and 460, we are not expecting, well, even metaphorically speaking, we're not seeing it. We're not going to see it at all. And what to do? For us, that is for the customers, and for us, the maintainers, performers, we need to become more efficient through our internal control, self-control, new technologies, and innovations. And so in my slides, I will also touch these topics, but at the beginning, again, I will say that we not only need to be more efficient, but also more understanding and more responsible. We are here today, and the winter is coming. We need to understand that we can no longer be driving with the same behavior and habits at the wheel as it was in summer, and nobody is going to be responsible for the security of passengers other than the driver sitting at the steering wheel. And with this slide, I'm not going to be speaking for long, but we have listed here last reforms, that is the optimization of the network, medicine institution, depot optimization, and administratively territorial reform. And there's one conclusion for the users of automobile roads after introduction of these reforms. The road to school, to doctor, to municipality institutions actually is becoming even longer, only longer. And is especially longer than local significance. So we are using more local significance roads. And next slide now. Let us begin with, if I said that the road is going to be longer, I will just show why and how I'm, so to say, justifying this claim. We can here conclude that even though 238 schools have been closed since 2009, the school network is actually as broad as it is the network of our roads. And specifically, this school network optimization is actually changing the routes of people and how they travel. Let us go into this example even deeper. Here it is Alūksne municipality. For example, with blue, we see the routes where school children are being taken with public transportation and with municipality organized transportation. I think you all see here very clearly that these routes, they're actually covering basically all the roads in the municipality. Let us go even more into detail, so to say, and we have taken also one Alūksne municipality. This is the route 6690, that's school bus. And in order to drive this route, we need more than 2 hours for all the school children to get to the education institution. And in here, on this map, we see that this is the C maintenance class, and sometimes even D, which is the lowest maintenance categories, where the roads are not sprinkled, but only the most dangerous sections. C class roads, we need within 24 hours we need to be maintaining them. And on D, at least twice per season. And we are allowing for the snow coverage to be 16 centimeters. For D class, it's not even defined. And here, I must say that this specific example shows to us clearly that with some little improvements in planning of maintenance of the roads, or with some little funding additional, or without changes in law, in the regulations, if, for example, we are creating a new division like socially significant roads, regardless of their intensity of use, well, without such changes, we most probably are not going to reach the level of maintenance that is expected or wanted by the society, which is what I'm going to remind you several times during my presentation. This is the reality. I will repeat myself. in the winter, we need to be responsible at the wheel while driving, and we need to be understanding. And this is the state road network. And here, beginning with this slide and continuing with the others, with the next, I mean, not the best commentaries from the municipalities, but once again, we need to stress this, we need to highlight this. This is too broad of a road network for our demography. This is for 3 million citizens. In Latvia, we don't have 2 million, or we have less than 2 million. And those who are in everyday life driving, which is less than 1 million, so economically most active or active at all. And this is what exactly we see in this network, where there are so many roads with very low intensity of use. And this is the slide which serves as a reminder for the categories. This is the categories of these roads. I'm not going to repeat, but the main function of state roads is to connect the territories, places. A roads are the ones that connect everything to the capital city. P roads or regional roads are the ones that connect the municipality centers or main cities. And V, or local, meaning V in Latvian would be the first letter in the word for local, that connects to the center of the municipality. And then we have some specific roads that are like additional. And we continue with a map which shows again that 6,000 kilometers is the roads which are not serving the functions of state roads anymore. Yes, we are proposing for the municipalities to take over these roads. Mostly these are the roads with very little traffic intensity, or actually quite the contrary, but that it would be then in case of Riga, vicinity of Riga, and then most probably these roads have become streets. From view from above, this is Kantora Street in Mārupe, where again, I'm not going to blame Mārupe municipality, but we are receiving comments, texts from all municipalities in Latvia, and there's in similar situations when Latvia state roads, if we do comply with the standards and practice when, well, we are working with the roads, when we are not harmonizing maybe some access or some junction to this road, and we then become the ones who are not promoting the development, or maybe we are not planning the investment for maintenance for the particular roads, then we are the bad guys. We're not fulfilling our function. But I will say once again that our attitude is not going to change, most probably, because the municipality is specifically the one and that institution that serves this purpose, this function, and they have to, we have to go into the development of this road, specific road, as the street, for it to be the street, and not for us to continue perceiving it as a road or with a road function. Then, functions of the state roads, I already begun talking about it, and maybe that's too harsh, but we in Latvian state roads, we understand very well that it is sometimes a very hard burden financially to the municipalities, sometimes even unbearable for municipalities to maintain the roads, the streets. But this is the objective state of things. The municipalities also need to be thinking and need to know how they are moving forward. They have more information, more data to decide on investment in the future. And of course, it's maybe not a lot, but once again, that is approximately 1,560 euros per 1 kilometer if they need to maintain it. I may be mistaken, but I think that since last conferences we spoke with municipalities, I think that's half this amount actually for the municipalities. That is what they disclosed. Well, maybe that's a small step for municipalities, but I think this is like just thinking aloud. It is actually going to be a lot of discussions, and a lot of things are going to be derived from other matters, maybe some legal, maybe some ownership matters. I think that, for example, many such roads or streets are like an access road to certain property, but actually it has to be turned into a private road in many or in several such cases. And also now about the perception. The roads which are not serving the state function, but they should actually be kept in this state function. This slide is actually showing the international experience. If we specifically look at the countries where the road network is very high quality, then this says the proportion, how much roads belong to the state. It's much less than in Latvia. So that is why, once again, unfortunately or not, but maybe we should begin with that too, or going to this direction, and the result is going to be good. Now, the second topic is the routine maintenance in free market circumstances. Now, 2 years since this routine maintenance is being conducted with and as a result of open tenders. And as you all know, then the state road network is also being maintained with 19 contracts and with certain tools then that are provided for by these contracts. Then there are supervision control mechanisms also we try to use. We can't substitute completely, but I will also tell about it in the next slides. Also, we are trying to use more technologies instead of people, but here once again, if we talk about the funding, when we announced the tender, we received proposals, offers, and it was so that the minister back then said that this open tender has provided some financial gains, and if we look at the prices that are offered and compare them to the prices, to the expenses that there were previously, then as a result of the tender in free market, it was 15 to 20% reduction in expenses, but at the same time, then followed the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and then there was informative message from the Ministry of Economic, and they also asked us to review these maintenance costs, and these unit prices were increased by 15%, where actually we are back into the situation when, with today's costs, with lower funding for maintenance, for routine maintenance, and with pricier unit value. So basically the funding is less now due to that. This is what I said. That is why I said that we need to become more efficient.
What I mentioned before, that in the contract of routine maintenance, we also use the data from road weather stations, and inspections are carried out by the Latvian state roads employees, and we look at the sections where we need routine maintenance, and the inspections is done both visually and also with lasers that allow to evaluate the roughness of the road surface. And as concerns technologies, instead of human resources, we have 2 pilot projects. Perhaps we don't need this, but we will not manage to replace all people with technologies. But in order for us to become more effective and to avoid physical inspections with human resources, I hope that with time we will be able to replace some of the staff with technologies that is needed for routine maintenance. And here I would like to look at the floating car data from Aerodynamics. This data is received from different radars and sensors in Volkswagen cars that are about 10 years old. And this company from Sweden, Aerodynamics, provides a solution that allows to look at the friction and slipperiness, and it provides almost near-time data about the condition of the road surface all throughout the year. And we see that in Latvia at the beginning of 2024, about 4,000 cars from Volkswagen Group provided data, and this pilot project is happening from May 2023 till June 2025, and to see whether this floating data is appropriate for Latvian state roads. We work with this data and we have a conclusion. I would like to say that I hope that in the near future we will be able to use this not only as a pilot project, but also use this in our regular contracts. And we would need less physical staff, especially in winter, to understand what type of road routine maintenance work we need to carry out. But most probably, at least at this time, due to the economic situation of the state, this data will be able to be used in Riga and near Riga, because, as I said before, these cars that are about 10 years old or 8 years old, these sensors give the data, but older cars do not give the necessary data, and we see that around Riga the data is quite credible, and the volume of the data is big. And in regions we have a completely different picture, and it is hard to take a decision using 1 or 2 cars, and in a situation when we do not have enough cars or enough data, a big role is given to the driver. Perhaps the driver is scared or the road is slippery. So I see that in Riga and around Riga, this data could be used in contracts for routine maintenance, and it could actually be a requirement that we could implement for the contractors. The second pilot project, I would like to say that with the previous system with floating car data, then this project is completely new, and perhaps we do not trust it as much. But we have started a pilot project where we build sound barriers on the Vidzeme motorway, and we will build in the sensors in the barriers themselves. And with the sensors we can obtain data on vehicle speed, traffic intensity, distance between vehicles, different events occurring on the road or in the vicinity of the road. And this solution can be used to detect slow traffic and to identify traffic accidents or traffic jams. We can perform historical reconstruction of traffic accidents to classify vehicles. We can also detect the presence of a snow plow on a section of a road, and in the future also detect surface damage such as cracks and holes. So it was quite a big surprise that from these vibrations we can see that the surface changes. Not the last slide, but one of the last slides, so a summary of my presentation. As I said in the beginning, I believe that routine maintenance is not secondary. Timely and regular routine maintenance helps to increase the sustainability of roads. National reforms are increasing the distance for people to reach services. We need to give more attention to routine maintenance, not more attention as construction and capital investments, but in the context when we have limited capital investment, routine maintenance is what can prolong the life cycle of the roads. And the road network according to functionality, we also have to look at the support from municipalities and from the state, because the roads that have lost the state road functionality should not be the responsibility of the state. But before I say thank you for your attention, I would like to say that we have a reason that this conference is happening right before winter, and this one message that I like is that we cannot get rid of winter. We have to understand that we need different behaviors when we drive in winter than when we drive in summer. And let's remember that we are responsible, because we are responsible not only for ourselves but also for all the other passengers. And a big reminder that everyone has to change their tires to winter tires. And here I would like to focus on the types of cars that where the regulation does not say that this is needed to do, because this can bring negative consequences to the state road network. Thank you, colleagues. I wish you a very interesting conference, and I will see you in our daily work. Thank you. Perhaps someone has any questions or comments? I have a short question. And our meteorology center says that this weekend we will have the first precipitation, snow, ice. A warning has been put out. So what does it mean in monetary terms, one day in Latvia to maintain roads? I have heard that actually almost 500,000 is spent in one day to maintain roads in such conditions. Mr. Krause, I will not give you an answer to this question. You have actually given a good estimate, because my colleagues in the next presentations will look at this in detail. We will be able to see the comparison between the costs in routine maintenance in summer and winter. So this is a very good question. Thank you. Our next topic is on climate change. And of course, we have discussed this a lot in various aspects, how climate impacts the conditions on the road. We see that in the last 20 to 30 years, winters have changed a lot in Latvia. And before we could see that we had sub-zero temperatures for a month, but in the last years, the temperature has increased. So how does climate change impact the road infrastructure? We have the leading researcher of the Department of Roads and Bridges of the Faculty of Civil Engineering of Riga Technical University, Viktors Haritonovs, and he's a regular lecturer at our conferences. Good afternoon. I am happy to be here today in these events that are organized by our Latvian State Roads Management. So my topic is on climate change, and what I will say is similar to what Verners Akimovs said at the end as concerns the behaviors of drivers. But when we look at it from the perspective of climate change, it changes how we look at construction maintenance and the materials that are used. So what is the impact of climate change? First of all, I would like to say that the biggest issue is the climate change itself. So we need to identify climate change in the context of roads and bridges. We call them transport infrastructure in Latvia, so the building, maintenance. So first of all, we identify, then we can give recommendations for long-term measures. What can we do and how much should we do as concerns these changes? So in order to analyze climate, we need data. And Werner said before, he mentioned these weather stations. And the biggest data network is available at the Latvian Environment Geology and Meteorology Center. And we actually have data that is more than 60 years old, but we should know that the data was the data was what was available at that specific time, and what we had specific amount of stations, and of course this amount of data increases dynamically, and we have a lot more data, we have more credibility of data, which is very important. And here we do actually have mentioned the Latvian state road meteorological data. It's a very excellent resource. This allows us to see at the state level the situation, and the focus here is on the data, how we relate it to our specific industry, to road maintenance, bridge maintenance. The Latvian state road data is available, but the historical period is too short currently. And in this study, we will have one recommendation, that we should pay more attention to verifying this data. We should implement bigger measures to increase the credibility of this data network. And I will give you also some forecasts later, because at the beginning we have a bigger volume of data, and we can give a better forecast. So if we look at from the 1960s to this time, then we can have a lot more predictability and credibility. Therefore, we need to start working on this, and we have started working on this. And if we talk about climate extremes, these are the topical extremes in Latvia. And we have to understand what is extreme weather. And in this table we see the temperature extremes. So high, low, precipitation is also very important. When we, for example, get sinkholes on the roads, also wind speed. So here you might get a question, how does wind speed impact roads and bridges, because they are strong constructions? But it actually has a big impact. So we have a lot of foreign studies, because climate is a very topical issue. And of course we have to understand what are the recommendations from abroad, what are their conclusions. And we have quite a recent UN study that concerns creating databases. So we have, this is one of the main conclusions, we have to gather data that comes from this study. Data is the most important thing. And we also have to digitalize this data, because this allows to follow the data. And so our next generations, based on the data we have generated, could make these decisions. So data is important, and in this study we see that we have the road network, we have some solutions, historical solutions and reconstruction, but we do not have a data map. We, of course, can look at the climate data for that specific period, but to follow how the climate data relates to the specific construction, we do not have this data. So now we have digitalization. We are developing this digitalization. So we have to gather data, and we also look at the guidelines from the European Commission, what they recommend. So we have Jaspers, a very well-known company. We looked at their guidelines, how they talk about vulnerability risks. And I will also have some QR codes at the end of my presentation, and I will ask the experts fill out the survey. So how you see the climate change on roads and bridges. So the conclusions from all these studies is that climate change creates risk and the climate extremes intensity is increasing. So for example, 100 or 50 years ago, we had some hot days. Of course, from very historical data, we see that people wrote down on paper that 200 years ago there was some specific temperature, but we do not have regular data. So a climate extreme means that the frequency increases. We can also see extremes from this summer. For example, we had flood in our city, Jelgava, and we had flood in another big city, Jēkabpils. Of course, we can look at this data, but we also have to think about climate change, and we have to leave this data to next generations. And another very important thing is financial resources. We will need these resources. And this is similar to what Verners Akimovs said. We have limited financial resources, and we have climate change, and we have to build roads and maintain roads. So one of the mechanisms is to attract funding, for example, create bigger water drainages systems and maintenance systems and technologies. Perhaps we have to change these things. Perhaps we have to make them more precise. So the first thing we analyzed is flood. We looked at the areas where we have flood. For example, the big cities, Jelgava, Jēkabpils. We look at the dynamics, how over time these orange and yellow warnings have been used and have been reached, how often. So here is an example with the river Daugava. Previously we had Jelgava with the river Lielupe, but now we have Daugava with the city Jēkabpils. Next is precipitation. So one thing, it is important to understand not only the average indicators. Of course, we look at the extremes. How do the day amount increases when we have extremes, when in a relatively short time we have a lot of precipitation, and for this impacts the water drainage systems and their ability to drain the rainfall so that we would avoid sinkholes that we have a lot in Latvia. And so where the earth earth sinks in at the top layers. Next we have wind, changes in wind, as I said before. For example, when trees fall down and how it impacts the safety of traffic and the infrastructure. Then next we have the temperature, which is also very important, because in our climate conditions we have hot summers and cold winters. So we look at the environment in summer, and in winter we look at the temperatures and we look at the dynamics from 1960s, when we have the available data, up until this point. So here we see the temperatures, and what is even more important is the temperature extremes. The number of extreme days has decreased, but another important thing is heat waves. If this is just for a few days, but if this extreme temperature holds for several days, then this has a very harmful effect on road infrastructure. And this trend is increasing with hot temperatures. We also look at cold waves, when at least 5 days we have a very low temperature. Next, we look at the changes in temperature. This is a very classic thing for the ability of materials to withstand the conditions. So when the material freezes and then it thaws, so it has a very negative impact on asphalt roads and on bridges which are made from concrete. So their ability to withstand the conditions is one of the most important parameters. So in here I have summarized what is decreasing. So the number of frosts, flood frequency, and we also have to look at the indicators that are increasing, so the average temperatures in both winter and summer, temperature fluctuations around 0 degrees, which is not good because this increases the thawing cycle, and so it impacts the materials we use and, of course, the length of heat waves. So it's important to analyze historical data that has a negative impact on transport constructions.
Dati no 60.
And next, the forecast. We have the data since the 60s, which is rather long, and then for forecasting we have RCP, a method which we use, and in this forecast we have the pessimistic scenario when until 2010 little has been done, and then we need a lot of investment in road infrastructure. We need the measures to adopt the infrastructure for the climate, and this 8.5 means that then we have a lot of or big increase in temperature. Next scenario, the forecast is more optimistic. That is when we need to adopt slightly or less, maybe more so politically, or maybe we should do more with our habits to reduce the climate change effects. And here we see these specific forecasts and their relation to or correlation to the CO2 emissions. One is, which I showed, is when we are going to have 2.6 or the optimistic scenario. We are going to implement the political decisions and changes. Now we have, for example, the Green Deal and climate neutrality. We are working with more environmentally friendly materials, maybe using in a different way the products, and there is a strategic thinking regarding the maintenance, construction, and building, and now we are doing timely. Verners also mentioned, for example, the sensors, which we are monitoring the structural health when you are building in the sensor, and you immediately know, or at least timely you know, and can, for example, make some changes and fix. And then, for example, also this has been one of the conclusions in the climate research for management of roads, to begin forecasting, making these programs, and this can save also funding. Then in July we saw the SSP additional forecast. This is what we and this is how we changed also our research, because this shared socioeconomic pathway, RCP, was not that like a highlight. So it's maybe some changes in climate or some social changes, geopolitical assumptions, economic, technology, tendencies. But this shows in particular, for example, how the GDP, how the use of fuel may impact the climate change. And this is where we head over to the recommendations. This is what we could do, that is to improve the warm and cold asphalt technologies, if we have it in the specification, for example, Larisil K1, but that's not the only one of the technologies, because they have to also compete with one another, and also in certain conditions there's going to be one technology or the other with its strengths And we are also cooperating with the Latvian state roads, and we are testing the technologies. For example, in Jakova now we had, it is not our invention, but it was the type, that was a typological solution, and thanks to the research we used it there. And to continue this previously on the roads, and regarding the bridges, here with bridge experts we spoke about, for example, cement N1, which is fossil resources, limestone, clay, but there are CEM2 also, cement, and CEM3, it is a composite structure where the fossil part we substitute partially with light ash, which is from burning the chips, and this is also available industrially. And so this technology for cement production, cement actually production is one of the largest pollutants in the world. So we have, for example, reinforced concrete and concrete that is going to be also broadly used. But what about the cement as one of the largest pollutants, and how to make it less impactful on the environment adversely? And also the life cycle development. In each such task where we are proposing the solution, you aren't thinking about the fact, oh, okay, this looks good now, but we need to think about the life cycle. And the life cycle enters the construction and construction materials as something that is mandatory, that is declaration of the features of the material, of the characteristics of the material, when we show over the course of the life cycle of material how much pollution does the material produce. So we can then evaluate the life cycle. For example, if we are the producers, then from production until the gate, so to say, but then the life cycle can be also evaluated during its lifespan there on the location, and then when we recycle it also we just calculate it further, because LCA, it is a cost analysis, but then there's also CO2 emission calculation, which means that this is what we are introducing ever more, and we are taking it into consideration. In many countries, for example, also Sweden, when we bring the reinforced concrete constructions there, because there's a demand, they are not allowing their product without you justifying, showing that you have produced it environmentally friendly. So because there's China, India, the US, the world is one, but politically you're not stimulating, maybe not promoting some non-green, non-ecological production. And so the next is recommendations, once again, for bridge experts. What can be improved in the standards, and that is, for example, to change, to adopt the standards, which is 191 annex, applicable temperatures or temperatures with the construction climatologically in mind, and so the climate data also to be included in the regulatory acts. But this is, and the next thing is also changes in the standardization, because we are constantly following this environment aspect. For example, it is being introduced, but over the course of time, and also the builders, I mean, they believe, or maintainers of the road, maybe they are more related to the surface treatment, for example, which is in summer. Well, for example, surface treatment is also a certified product, but we are now talking more about the characteristics of what are the damages, for example, over the course of 1 year, and how much environmentally friendly it is, and the same also with other materials, and all this environment aspect just comes into play, so to say. And then also the construction material environment aspect that for us and for the next generations is going to improve, and maybe will improve the forecasting capabilities. They are going to have more data or more accurate data. For example, there's going to be the digital product passport in the system already included. And so here is the QR code to the questionnaire. I think this presentation is going to be available online too. And here I'd like you, the experts of the field, because there are two parts. One is roads, another is bridges. And so corresponding to your competency, then there's also a descriptive part. So my name is Viktors Haritonovs, rtu.lv. My email is viktors.haritonovs@rtu.lv. You can contact me, something that is important to you, what do you believe, share your experience and thoughts, and also in different regions in Latvia. Maybe there's a coastal region, there's Latgale, and in this survey, then please also in notes, please share your experience, for example, with what has happened when there was heat or something, maybe with the infrastructure. It is important for us. It is a worldwide matter, but we want to apply this also to Latvia and receive the answers to the questions from the experts. That is all, and thank you. Viktors Haritonovs, this is Riga Technical University. Thank you. And it was interesting also for me to observe this data about the climate change. Average temperature increases, but it was interesting to see that, for example, also wind speed reduces during the last years. I mean, maybe the wind farm owners are not that happy about that. But now we're going to talk about timely routine maintenance. Juris Derevjanko, Director of Road Management and Maintenance Division of the Latvian State Roads. Hello, dear visitors of the conference and those who are attending this also online. My name is Juris Derevjanko and I'm Director of Road Management and Maintenance Division. We are responsible for this routine maintenance planning, ordering the services, the work, and also quality control. And what is this routine maintenance and what do we do? Routine maintenance, its aim is to provide the good life expectancy of this solution. And what we are doing is that we are following the tools of traffic organization, their quality and its compliance with certain standards and criteria. One more responsibility is that we do ensure the traffic during various weather conditions. And so all these things, this is what we do, this is what we are entrusted to do. It is related to the service time of the road and definitely also traffic safety and traffic comfort. And routine maintenance, in order to perform it, we need more than, and we have more than 300 services that we do. And this routine maintenance is also provided for by the rules of the Cabinet of Ministers. There is a criteria and regulations we need to take into consideration when we do conduct these services, and there are also in the regulations the criteria how we divide, how we categorize the roads. They have classes, so the highest class would be A, and the lowest is respectively the E class. And the higher the maintenance class, the higher there are expectations, and also the deadlines are different. And that is why what is provided for or regulated by these regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers, it is, if the funding allows, we can do even more. So it would be like a minimum threshold in the regulations of the Cabinet. Then it doesn't say anything about the dusting of the gravel roads, but this is what we also do. And what I also want to draw your attention to is that there are conditions for road season and maintenance, because the cabinets once again do allow for, in more intense road cases than intense weather conditions, there is 1 centimeter of ice layer allowed, but on the lower maintenance class then it is allowed even up to 10 centimeters. And this routine maintenance then once again is divided into 2 seasons, winter and summer. Summer season is from 16th of April until 15th of October. So the summer season and the work performed then is what ensures the long life cycle of the road and the comfort of the road. Primarily what we do after winter is that we do fill the potholes and cracks, and also big section is also gravel road planing and fixing of the holes in it too. And then we are also talking about some water discharge. And the summer season is the one when we take care significantly about the road traffic safety. We are keeping the organization, tools, various instruments, barriers, signs, horizontal signage, and also mowing the grass and bushes also is significant for visibility, for seeing wild animals, and in order to see also in the crossroads more comfortably. During winter, of course, this is 16th of October until 15th of April, when during this period the work conducted is mostly concerned with road traffic safety and also driving comfort. And these seasonal services is it is clearing the road from snow, also, and filling the potholes too, but also de-icing of the road. And then characteristic summer routine maintenance work is once again for road traffic safety, for comfort, and also leaves the impact, sustainable impact on it as a construction. But in winter, safety and comfort is the primary concern. Unfortunately, they do not maybe have such sustainable or long-lasting effect in terms of as the road as the construction. And all these things need to occur timely, and I think, for example, the road then experiences or survives these several cycles of frosting and thawing, and so we need to also conduct certain services that are characteristics for both winter and summer. And in winter then what we do and funding also is different, or what we need. But for example, asphalt road is the one to frost during times when there's temperatures around 0 degrees. And about the funding.
So during the winter season, we carry out all the necessary routine maintenance works, as I said before, to ensure safety and comfort. And here I'd like to highlight that during the winter season, we carry out the works according to higher standards. For example, in certain cases, there's this 1 centimeter of ice allowed, but in summer season, the principle is that what funding is left over after winter, we can use in summer. What the cabinet regulations do not say is the dedusting of roads, but we still do that in small amounts because we understand that there's this need for people who live in these road sections. So, funding. In the graph, we can see the allocated funding, that is the yellow line on average. Until 2023, it was about 61 million euros per year. We see the red line, that is the used funding. Blue bars show winter maintenance works, while blue bars show summer maintenance. So we see a lot of difference between 2021. We had a very good winter in 2020, so we only had 10 million euros spent as in compared to 2021 when we spent 30 million. And in 2021 and 2022 we had extra funding allocated, which allowed us to improve the quality and the amount of road maintenance. As Verners said in his presentation from 2023, for routine maintenance the available funding is 57 million euros. As we see, we used more than that, 59 million. So the overspent funding, this 2 million, we were forced to reduce in 2024. So actually the available funding in 2024 is 55 million that can be used for road maintenance. So in more detail about maintenance works that have an impact on road sustainability, that of course is water drainage. Water drainage is an engineering solution that allows to drain the excess water from road surface. And in order to carry this out, we need to remove soil overgrowth. So this is the overgrowth that we see on the shoulders of the road. And this is what hinders the water drainage. So we need to clean ditches to drain the water and to remove the water from road constructions. And we also clean pipelines and culverts. We need to repair them. And I have to say that water drainage will not work if the owners of land adjacent to the road will not have fixed their drainage systems that will allow to remove the extra water from the road. So in cases when we have the problems, we ask municipalities to inform the owners of the drainage systems, and the municipality knows these owners. So we ask help from municipality to sort this out. So the state road network is almost 20,000 kilometers, and from that 37% includes roads in a bad or very bad condition. So we can say that in these road sections water drainage has not been properly done. And from the 20,000 kilometers, we have 6,000 kilometers that have lost their state road function. So in these sections, we do not plan any capital investments in order to reconstruct the roads or So here the water drainage will also not be done. But what we do during routine maintenance every year, we sort out the water drainage in 130 kilometers of roads. But I have to highlight that these are actually just local places. These are not long sections. And every year it costs us almost 4 million euros. Water drainage is also done during construction. The reconstructed sections are the ones where we do not have to go back, so everything is sorted out and we don't need to invest road routine maintenance funding. And when we think about water drainage, in order to sort out all of the road network and water drainage, we would need 10 years. And every year it would cost us about 25 million euros. But in order to maintain this, we would need on average 10 million euros per year. As concerns sustainability, we also have to talk about gravel roads. In total, in the state road network, we have 10,000 kilometers of gravel roads. Local roads are about 9,500 kilometers, but regional gravel roads are 712 kilometers. And we can see the split of the surface condition. Good, very good condition, we have only 700 kilometers. In satisfactory condition, we have 4,000 kilometers. But unfortunately, in a bad or very bad condition, we have 5,400 kilometers. Continuing on about gravel roads, on average, every year, we lose in the form of dust about 1 centimeter of the surface layer of the gravel. In a period of 5 to 7 years, the renewal of this surface layer should be done, but unfortunately, we have sections in our road network where the top layer has not been renewed since the roads have been built. And in order to do this in sections where the road condition is bad or very bad, we would need 80 million euros. And in order to keep to this cycle of 5 to 7 years where we return to every kilometer every year, we would need to work on 2,000 kilometers of roads, and the cost would be about 30 million euros per year. And what we do during routine maintenance, since the market opened, we cannot do reconstruction works, but we are fixing potholes. If we recalculate the amount of gravel to 5 to 7 centimeters, we could say that we have reconstructed 650 kilometers, and this has cost about 10 million euros. This is only a tiny part of the roads that we have in a bad or very bad condition. Another graph here, this is the recalculation that I mentioned before. We see a very big increase in 2022, and as I said before, showed before, we had a very good winter in 2020, and so we could invest a lot more in the upkeep of gravel roads. So the volume of work for construction, we had bigger volumes in 2018 and 2020. We had extra funding allocated in these years, but unfortunately after 2020 the situation has worsened and we have a lot less investment. Next is traffic safety, mowing of grass and bushes. What we want and need would be that we mow all of the roadsides 3 to 5 times per season, and we would need 5 years to do this and 30 million euros per year. But to maintain this, we would need 12 million euros. And this impacts safety, bushes turning to trees, and that requires a lot more maintenance. But what we do physically at the moment with the available funding, we mow 2 times per season. The first time we mow a small section, 1 to 1.5 meters. In the fall we mow a bigger section, but unfortunately we cannot mow it all. And this is how we spend about 4.4 million euros. And of course we have consequences. We have consequences on the safety, and then maintenance afterwards is more expensive. Bushes turn into trees, and also it impacts the water drainage and the road as a construction object. But what we do is we renew horizontal markings, and we do this on roads that have more than 500 cars per day. We have more than 9,700 kilometers of the state roads. We have the main regional and local roads in sections where we do road maintenance. We are not renewing the horizontal markings, but after construction we have 2 years guarantee, and after this 2-year period we inspect the area and decide whether the renewal is needed or not. We spend about 4.5 million on horizontal markings. This is done in 4 regions: Vidzeme, Latgale, Kurzeme, and the central region. And in these territories we have 3 contractors that carry out the work. In 2025 we are planning a new tender, and in the current contracts we have situations where the work is not carried out to the full amount that was ordered, and we are inspecting the reasons for this. But that is a risk for the businesses, and in such cases we apply penalties. So the current situation and versus needs, right now the available funding is slightly less than 60 million euros, and in winter we use 34 million euros, but for summer season we have 23 million. In the ideal scenario, for winter we would need 55 million euros and 105 million in summer in order to deal with the needs that I showed you in this presentation. So, consequences. Routine maintenance is underfunded if the financing or the funding is not increased, or if it decreases further. And then the routine maintenance will worsen in summer season, and this of course will affect the condition of the road network and sustainability, and of course it will impact road safety. And as my colleagues mentioned before, road users need to understand that in winter conditions are changing. They can change very quickly, so you need to change your behavior, and depending on the situation on the road. Next, if we will spend less in winter, then we will be able to invest more in summer, and this will give a more lasting effect on the roads. Thank you. Thank you. I have a very short question. I traveled a lot in the regions. Despite the lack of funding, what I saw was that in a lot of road sections you are cutting down bushes. Is this a priority this year, or you have a new technique? Because in previous years I had not seen such big sections where this is done. Yes, this is a priority. This year we had this case on road A9, and as I showed in my presentation, traffic safety is one of our priorities. We have understood this, and we are planning more work than we did before. Thank you. You have probably experienced situations when two Latvians meet. Sooner or later, there will be the question, but how is it in Estonia? Or there is a conclusion that Estonians do things better. But we will look at the situation in Estonia, and we will have several experience stories from our neighbors. And what we think about Estonians in Latvia, driving on ice is something extreme, but Estonians drive on ice regularly. What is the road maintenance experience in Estonia? I will ask Jarmo Vooglaine, Head of Road Maintenance and Traffic Management Unit at the Development Department of Estonian Transport and Administration.
So, good afternoon to everyone. Lasers here. It's a great honor to be in the beautiful city of Sīsis, and I'm really happy that our Latvian colleagues are taking the time to organize such a great conference to change ideas, change experience, so thank you for that. So, okay, I'm gonna talk, since 20 minutes isn't too long, then I'm gonna take a brief overview about how we are maintaining our roads in Estonia. I'm talking about the road network, I'm going to talk about the contracts and also the funding, since it seems that funding is a hot topic everywhere. Okay, first of all, the mission and the vision. Every huge company has to have one of those, and our mission is to plan and ensure safe, smart and environmentally friendly mobility in Estonia. And the vision is that by 2027, the mobility in Estonia is safer and the environmental footprint of the activities of the Estonian Transport Administration has reduced. Great goals. Whoa, that went back. Okay, so few of the tougher topics that we have to take care of are that the first is the number of accidents and incidents on land, in the air and on water has reduced. Then we have to use innovative solutions that improve the mobility environment and enable fast service to customers. Also the environmental footprint, as I said, of the activities has reduced. And also the fourth topic that we have to be an attractive employer, since we need good people to do the job we need. So talking about the road network, we are maintaining the 17,000 kilometers of national roads, but we also have local roads, about 25,500 kilometers, and a lot of private and forest roads, which consists of 48,000 kilometers. And this is how the road network is divided. So this is the national roads, and we have 1,600 kilometers of main roads. Then we have basic roads, and the biggest part is secondary and other national roads. And then we also have like connecting roads and walkways and cycle tracks. And among national roads, there are 947 kilometers of E-roads and almost 1,300 kilometers of 10T roads. So that's the thing we're dealing with. So about the contracts, we have 16 countrywide contracts.
16 līgumi valsts, 44 miljoni šogad. Tāds ir tvērums un 3 galvenās darba jomas. Mums ir šīs ikdienas uzturēšana, periodiskā uzturēšana un arī labošana. Un šis viss notiek ar 5 gadu līgumiem. Mēs novērtējam 80% cenu un 20 dažādus citus kritērijus, piemēram, pieredze, jaunākas aprīkojums, jaunākas automašīnas, ar kurām strādā, un papildu pieejamās kravas automašīnas.
That has to be done. The attainment of the required service level is what counts. So we're buying service level. And in 2024, we have 8 different companies doing 16 contracts, and Verston STIS has 5 contracts in those 16. And this is a small map to illustrate the situation. The average amount of roads per contract is about 1,000 kilometers. So that draws out. There are smaller areas, there are bigger areas, but that's the map with all the counties we have to cover. And well, as we know, since people are all in Tallinn, basically half of Estonia's population in Tallinn, then those two counties, 3 counties actually are the hardest ones, you know, with all the critics every day talking how the work should be done and so on. But you know that anyway. Okay, so here's the classification of the roads. We have classified our roads by levels of service. We're using ADT, annual daily traffic, and we have basically we have 3 levels. The act by the ministry says there are 4 levels, but in our contracts we have divided it by 4 levels as well. We have level 1 as the lowest class, level 2 next class, level 3 almost the highest class, but in our contracts we are using 3+ as well. 3+ is over 3,000, but this is the guideline for every public road owner, basically. And here I have brought out the levels of roads in visual, so you can like see that level 1 is snowy, level 2 is not too snowy, but level 3 almost has to be free of snow. And here I have brought out the requirements by service level and service cycle times as well for you to look up maybe after. I'm not going to read them out loud, but yeah, basically the service times are here. In our contracts we have evened those 2 numbers. So the snow removal and slush removal, I mean those 2 numbers, sorry. So the snow and slush removal and de-icing are in the same time cycle. Both are 12, but this is like the public requirement, but we have amped up our requirements in our contracts. And we are also measuring the friction coefficient, so they have to give us the coefficient on required levels. And the maximum amount of snow allowed, depth of loose snow, is 10 centimeters for us, and goes to 8 to 4 as the service level gets higher. So road maintenance expenses during summer and winter this year. The whole budget, like I said, is 44.1 million. Summer routine maintenance takes about 13.7 million, and winter routine maintenance takes about 21.3 million. Periodic 4.8, and retained repairs are taking up about 4.3 million. So that's the way the money is divided. So it's hard to bring out any expenses of the works that are done, but as we all know, since our contracts are service level and performance based, then the price of each type of work is unknown for us precisely. But the most expensive part of the road maintenance contracts are, of course, types of work in which 3 of the below are used. Service trucks, graders, tractors, they are the most expensive. Also the workforce, the labor is expensive, and materials are expensive. So in whichever works these 3 are used, they are the most expensive works in summer and winter time. So what are the main summer routine maintenance works in Estonia? The regular maintenance consists of road signs, road marker posts, road shoulders. We do small repairs, patchwork of the paved roads, and also the pathways, potholes and cracks. We also need to clean the road surface from dirt, dust, gravel, pebbles, removing litter from road and roadland, mowing the roadsides and roadland and ditches. Also the dust control, where there are houses nearby the gravel road, and also grading of the gravel roads as well to maintain the gravel roads. And also, as said before, cleaning the culverts and ditches for drainage, since drainage is important. And main winter routine maintenance works, you all know these, but still I'm going to go over them. Snow and slush prevention from the roads and side of the roads with the front and side plow of service trucks, graders and tractors. Also cleaning intersections, turn-offs, acceleration, deceleration lanes, public vehicle stops, waiting platforms, road and pedestrian crossings, bridges, overpasses and tunnels of snow, of course. Also the road signs. We have to do ice prevention by sprinkling chlorides, abrasive materials or their mixtures. Also removing ruts and irregularities on the smaller roads and on the larger roads. And mechanical coursing with the scarifier blades and tooth blades of or service trucks and graders. And also we need to place markers if there's a lot of snow, so the drivers know where the road goes. So, as I said, we have 16 road maintenance contracts in total. Sadly, I only had the data for until 2022, since the guy who made the statistics went away at 2022, so the statistics stopped there, sadly. It's a lot of work, but I still think it's quite good to see how many euros we have invested by kilometer yearly. So on the left side, you can see summer maintenance euros per kilometer yearly, and here you can see the winter maintenance expenses in euros and in kilometers yearly. So as we see, summer maintenance costs has gone down and winter costs has been rising, at least for the last 10 years from 2012 to 2022. And this is another table about investments. Here you can see that the bottom line shows how much has been invested, and the top line shows how much has to be invested. That has to be invested has actually gone more up. We actually need about 500 million per year to maintain the road network, but nowadays we're getting about 150, 170 million euros, which means like we need triple amount of the money we are getting actually. So that's quite hard. And I brought out a table which shows the road maintenance expenses in 2024 to 2027. We're actually going through major budget cuts right now. In 2025, we have to cut the budget of the road maintenance budget by 10%, and next year it's going to be even higher. So there's interesting times going on in Estonia actually. Since there was info that we're getting like 45 million this year, which is true, 47 next, 48 in 2026, and 27 we're getting 49, then the red numbers are the reality. As you can see, there's like a 13 million deficit already there, so really interesting times coming up in Estonia soon, so we'll see how we're gonna manage. And there are other lines that we're doing, like repair of gravel roads, maintenance of paved roads, and so on. And those have gone down as well. We were trying to get our investments up, but that has gone south as well. So these are not the last numbers, because the budget cuts has come into our house like last month. So we haven't got any good numbers, but at least for road maintenance, these are the numbers we're living by today. And here you can see the left side graph was our dream, how we wanted it to be, but the right side is the reality. So as you can see, 2025, the gap is huge, and it goes even bigger as we move on. So 27, as I showed before, we wanted 49 millions, but we're getting 36.2 millions, at least what we know today. And here's just a little graph or a table to see what has been done on national roads before. As you can see, repair has gone down, surface dressing has gone down, repair of paved roads has gone down, bridge repairs have gone up again. But yeah, reconstruction works, kilometers are shrinking as well. If we made like reconstructed 90 kilometers in 2022, then yeah, that number 2024 was only 19. So that's quite a drastic change. And also the black spots reconstruction to eliminate the black spots which have come up from the analysis as well. 2021 we got to do 42 projects, but like 2024 it was about 17. And other interesting topics considering road maintenance Estonia brought out some facts for you to see. We use about 3,000 tons of chlorides per county, which means about 50,000 tons of chlorides in the winter across Estonia. Martins also said that he wanted to know some information about bus lines. We do not differentiate roads by public transport or school buses. Our only definition is service level of the road. So most of the public transport is on the lowest service level roads, as we all know. But yeah, we do not differentiate the buses or school buses today yet. And also during the heavy snowstorms, we have a guideline to get main roads open in 12 hours, basic roads in 24 hours, and secondary and other national roads in 72 hours. And when we cannot provide those numbers, then the continuity of a critical service is interrupted and we must declare out an emergency situation, since, as we all know, road maintenance is a critical service. And we have about 250 service trucks in Estonia covered by the contracts. I didn't get the tractors or graders, but that's about the number we have on service trucks in Estonia, so you can compare it with yours. So, okay, I have 4 minutes left to answer some questions, so thank you for your attention and ready for some questions.
Please.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have a question, just one. In one slide, you showed the performed works under this service daily routine maintenance service contracts, and it was a periodical maintenance. It was something about approximately 4.8
million. Yeah.
Can you describe a little bit deeper what is under this type of works?
Okay, under periodic we have like a placement of road signs, road marker posts. We're doing some surfacing, filling potholes on some cases. We also have, when we have like huge storms coming through, cleaning of the roads, cleaning the trees off the roads. Then we have, let me think.
No, it's okay. I got it.
Some smaller works
yes,
on periodic.
I asked this question because in our understanding, the periodical maintenance for us, it's more like a capital investment when you are changing the top layers of surface.
Yeah, basically same for us. Yeah, we're doing like smaller repairs, like surfacing and filling some potholes and so on.
Okay.
Nothing big.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Vai vēl ir kas jautājums Igaunijas pārstāvjiem?
Any more questions to the representative of Estonia? Thank you. I have two questions. And these costs now we would like probably they need to use headsets.
That's basic.
Un otrs jautājums.
And the other question is about the amount of salt. 50,000 tons is how do you, in winter, so how do you, because in Latvia and Lithuania, I think it's double the amount. So the question is about the calculation probably, or?
Use like twice more salt. Twice more less salt.
Okay, maybe we have good contractors then. I don't know. That's my first response, but yeah, we're looking into the salt actually because in the last few contracts we're getting a really good and new technique, which also reduces the usage of salt, I guess. There is wet technique, there is like brine, there is regular salt. They're using everything, actually. But just regular salt, nothing else, because that's the best one. If you're looking into researches and so on, the regular salt is the best, you know, considering the CO2 and everything. Like it's local, it's natural, and so on, so on.
One more question.
Yes, hello. I have one small question about your contracts. You have all contracts are functional contracts, but you determined that there were pothole repair, but you give some numbers which you have to which you have to make inside this functional, and over it's not anymore functional.
Yeah, we're giving them the amount in periodic and routine repairs, but no, as I said, routine maintenance is just service-based. They're doing everything like they have to provide the service level, but in periodic and routine repairs, we're giving them amount we're asking for them to do. And if that amount is filled, then it's all. We don't have more money to give them, so I hope I answered your question.
They don't have to always know how much it will be the repairs inside this functional contract. It's another contract, yes?
Yeah, we're using other contracts as well, but as I showed, the investments are going down, so soon there will be nothing to use, to repair the roads, so we'll see where the future takes us, but it's not bright.
Tik tālu, teiksim, paldies Igaunijas transporta.
So far, thank you very much to the representative administration of Transport Administration of Estonia. And I don't know how much this helps, but from Estonian example, we see that, well, we're not alone. And in some indicators, the reductions in Estonia are even more significant. We are heading over more to the north. Jarmo Pirinen is the road maintenance expert from Finnish Transport Infrastructure Agency, and in the following minutes he's going to tell us about winter road maintenance in Finland.
It's very nice to speak here in Latvia, and this is there was interesting. First one was saying that maintenance is more important than building. You once build and you maintenance forever. That's the point, I think. Okay, I'm telling about this winter and something about these school bus lines also. I'm not special in that, but I have something for that also. So our winter maintenance is prioritized in our budget. So it takes first money and another get money after that. So payment is actually typically which is changing the money. So, but we also prioritize a lot everything. So we have different kind of roads. So we prioritize this high volume roads and not these low volume roads. So as you see here is you see traffic volume and how much we use money for them, and what is this about, how big is this network. So Finland's whole network is 78,000 kilometers, and we have this 935 kilometers motorways, and we have also 6,000 kilometers pedestrian bike lines. That's also important to maintenance in Finland also in winter. So we have different kind of winter maintenance categories. We are using highest is this we have called 1SE and then 1S. This is we have a 9,500 kilometers, this kind of category. And then is second best level sort of is this 1B and 1C. And there's have 15,600 kilometers, and the rest of the over 50,000 kilometers we have the category 2 and 3. This is not so good level, I have to say. But I tell them more about later on here. And how we handle this, we have contracts. We have 79 contracts there you see in the map, and there's the contract space, and also who is contracting. I don't know, do you see it well? But anyway, there's 6 contractors at the moment. And we wish to have more contractors when we are tendering. Typically, there's 4 to 5 who is give price for that tender. And contract size is typically about 1,000 kilometers, but it depends on area. It's 500 to 2,300 kilometers, so there could be a lot of roads, and that's one contract. And typically, it lasts 5 years. There might be some differences, but typically 5 years. And we are using at the moment target price contract model it's actually this contractor gives target price, and there are some economical models how to give money if it goes over and it's going down, and contractor gets money back somehow. And there's also limit for then after it's actually 10% over this target price, and then they don't get any money more. And we are using about 210 million per year, and it means about 2,300 euros per kilometer. So we are using double money to Estonia at least. So there's actually again this what we have categories, and I didn't say this. We have 3 pedestrian and cycling winter maintenance classes. This L, K1 and K2. And when I was saying that we have prioritized these maintenance categories, we have said that actually this is from our policies, that how we decide which classes and category. And this ADT is there is most important, but we are using also this heavy traffic or trailer traffic also. It could be price also to the class. So it's also this is what kind of road is the highway or main road, and this also tells about it. And you see the map. Here's in one map what kind of categories they are. I'm looking. No. Okay, but here is this categories. I don't read what it means, but you can look after what it means. Really, it's not exact what it's going. This telling about what kind of weather is you can accept, what you can wish to be there in that kind of road. This is for road users. They can see what it. But we have a very detailed document for contractors. So this 1S, E and 1S are more like there's no ice on the road. Typically, they are fixed very well, and so it's just more like this is what the people really want. But typically, we don't all the time. We can't get this. And then we have this another class. This is also okay. This is what we do is typically we use a lot of salt for so that there is no ice. And here is this middle class sort of this 1B is we are also using salt so that we can get enough friction. But this 1C is more like friction we're getting using sand. They can use a little bit salt, but typically using with sand. And typically we use this 1C where this pavement is not enough good. It doesn't. This salting could damage this road. And then we have these categories 2 and 3. This is for low-level roads. And there is typically when winter started, we are trying to get this packet snow onto the road, and then it's actually quite good if it could be leveling enough. And typically there is no specific this friction thing. There's sanding sometimes, spot sanding, but sometimes it's very slippery. We use line sanding, but it's very expensive and also slowly doing. Then we have these pedestrian and cycling roads. There, this class A is more like a big city area specific thing, and this there's no really saying what is in state level what is the requirements. It's more like in what is this in the corridor area. It's what is there happening. There's a picture from Oulu where I'm living. Actually, there is nice contract. I have to say because I have done it. And there is these main things are these two ones. Typically, there is a good way to cycle there and walk on there, and it's actually typically better level than, for example, this category 3 or 2 level in the roads. Okay, now is this the slide what I was trying to find at first. How we handle this winter maintenance is that we make policies, and these policies says generally big lines how we do this, and then we have these quality requirements in contracts, how we handle these policies in contracts. And for contracts, we have also this winter maintenance manual. It's saying what kind of how we do these methods. There's for roads and also these bike lines are own methods. And this is for whole concept that we first have a big picture and then we small detailed how you have to do it. So they are quite. I think this manual is something 100 pages or something like that. Yeah. And here is what our main quality requirements are. I'm not telling about very detailed this. We have to remember that Finland have also this friction is little, we have own scale there is a little bit. Our smaller is actually in physically is bigger one is a little bit. So it's this, we have friction requirements and how much is the cycle time, when you have to do it. For example, this one SE, you have to really do all the time, you have to do before the salting than when it's slippery. So it's very hard and it means that a lot of salt. And also this is timing for salting and sanding, and that's the levels. And also this K1 and K2 is for this pedestrian ways. And there's how we, this snow removal times. So it's typically about 4 centimeters, what they could be. But this lower level, it could be 8 and 10 centimeters. And after that, they have to remove that snow. So, and we have also requirements that this packet snow couldn't be too much and when the springtime's coming. So it's this, when it comes loose and it smells, it could be very dangerous if there's 20 centimeters loose snow. But then we have also that we have snow domes. These quality requirements are not valid. So there are. We have said when this specific snowfall or what is this something odd, but this we have said that, for example, there's during heavy snowfall 10 centimeters 4 hours, or there could be also windy things. This very rarely happens, but these days it's not so really anymore so rare. It happens quite often. Typically there was once, twice in a contract, but now it could be 3-4 times in a year. So it's not so odd things anymore. And also there's a time for that is 12 hours to clean this main roads and 24 hours this lower level if this stormy happens. Okay, and then is this gravel roads is also a little bit problematic if it's not the snow, and we have some year that is very problematic if we don't get this packet ice or snow there, because it's sort of dangerous to do it because it can stuck this snowplow could stuck when you're doing, and so we are actually using underbody mounted plates to take this snow off when it's this wet and loose and not good. But this is reality in gravel roads. We have 27,000 kilometers gravel roads, so we really have to do this also. I have only 5 minutes left, so I'm trying to hurry up. So what is bus roads in Finland? So it's typically commercial bus roads are organized by municipality, and also state is buying some lines. And these commercial lines are in the city areas, and typically they can use this easily, but sometimes this local authority, which we are calling a Center of Economic Development, Transport and Environment, so ELY centers is sort of name, they can organize low traffic areas so that there is no commercial supply. They buy this. And we have also a new law, this is from 21, that students, people have to go to school until they have 18 years. So they have also this free for charge school transport. So these municipalities have to organize transport. But what we do for these, typically it's not state who is deciding, it's municipalities who is decide what kind of roads and how they do it. And they use typically these normal bus roads. But in smaller municipalities, they have, actually there is no sometimes bus traffic, so they have to organize this traffic that they have specific places where to collect people and how they get to the same places and how they get to the school. And sometimes they even use taxis for that, to do it. But how we handle maintenance in these school bus roads, typically actually we are saying we are not doing anything specific for them, but okay, we are talking about then if there's something specific needs, we can look what we can do. We could have some specific maintenance, but typically it doesn't change this maintenance classification. Maybe sometimes, but typically it's same. And also there's what we also have demands for these who is making transport, that they really have enough good cars to the winter condition. For example, these low floor buses are not accepted. They have to also have winter tires and that kind of things. There's a lot of different kind of things what is challenging this school transport. Yeah, that's all. Do you have questions?
Vai ir kāds īsts jautājums?
Are there any short questions? I have a question concerning extreme weather. It means that during extreme weather you cannot do anything.
No, extremely snowy weather. Does it mean contractor can nothing to do?
No. It means they have all these snow blows and everything have to be working at the same time. But this because there is how much snow there maximum can be. These are not, but every devices have to be outside and they have to work all the time. That's the point. But there is no, these centimeters are not anymore.
So, thanks a lot.
Okay.
We have a couple of questions, more questions.
I have one question here. How does the 0-hour cycle time looks like? Are they ready somewhere to go at any time? Or you showed that IS had the 0-hour cycle time.
Yeah, this we are using quite a lot of these weather stations. We have this weather station and what kind of weather going to be. So we have to do it before this weather changes. So we have quite many road weather stations. We have 450, about 1,000 cameras, and of course we have using this meteorological service from Finnish Meteorological Service, and we have systems where you really can see when this snowing coming, when it's changing the weather and that kind of things. But it's also always forecast, and sometimes forecast is not true when in reality. Yeah.
And what kind of criteria do you use when deciding pedestrians and cyclists category of dispatchers? Do you measuring pedestrian density or use some other methods to decide of category of maintenance?
Typically, this L is more like saying this is quality places where we want to have. This is it is not there is no traffic measurement, but we know that this is very important ways. Typically, K1 is we know that it comes to the factories, for example, and schools and that kind of places, and K2 is rest. But we don't calculate this how many there's users.
Small question: do you use gravel as surface resistance, make more resistance on surface, like
Gravel.
granite or granite chippings? Road maintenance. Yeah, hello. Do you use like gravel as to reduce instead of salt and sand?
It depends on situation.
Sweets.
What?
Your neighbor's sweets.
Like the question is if you use this small gravel instead of salt.
And instead of sand.
Crushed stones.
Yeah, we using, yes, but reducing salt is not the question. I think it's more like what's the best situation, road weather, to use it. We are using, for example, sand when it's this very high minus degrees, for example, in highways is -6. Is after -6 is or more, then we are not using salt anymore. We are trying to optimize salt using all the time. That's the way of doing. And then it's -10, for example. Then we use sand because it's not efficient anymore.
And this gravel?
Gravel. Gravel is typically we can use in lower level roads because it's could damage your windows and that kind of things in cars also. But they can use it when it's difficult situation there. They can use it, but typically they're using sand. We are using quite a lot of actually sand. I think 500,000 tons something. It's a lot. I can check these numbers, but we have also using quite a lot of salt. Also, we are trying to optimize it, but actually we are using same amount than Sweden, who have reduced a lot of salt also.
Thank you. Ja, paldies, Somijas.
Yes, a big thanks to the representative from Finland. One short remark. Even Finland, with its funding capabilities, when there's extreme weather, snowstorm, even in Finland, they wait when the bad weather will pass. I don't know if you know about the Latvian radio free microphone. When there's a snowstorm, somebody will call and ask why hasn't there been any snow cleaning on the roads. and I'm sure we will receive similar call this weekend. But we can say that even in Finland we have a strong snowstorm. They wait before they start to clean the snow. One thing that I saw in the Finnish presentation is that a lot of attention is paid to pedestrian and bicycle roads, and it doesn't even matter if there is a lot of people or not. It could be a priority for us in the near future, perhaps. But as a last speaker, I will ask Jānis Melnāksnis, Deputy Director of Road Management and Maintenance Division of Latvian State Roads, and we will have a story about winter road maintenance. And I will finally hear the answer to the question how much it costs to maintain roads in one day.
Well, maybe we will answer this question. And I am Jānis Melnāksnis, and I'm responsible for winter routine maintenance, mainly planning and control of the work. And initially, let us go back to Latvia, first from Finland. Finland would be like a dream for us, but this is our routine, is how it is in Latvia, and I will tell you more about that. So the service agreements are concluded for 5 years, and usually it is derived from the regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers, that is about, and this is the full name of it, the control and maintenance in accordance to certain criteria. Currently, they are for 2 years already ongoing, and we are expecting them to finish in 2027, the current ones. But this means that the company ordering these services is Latvian State Roads, and each month they also receive the funding for the certain month and also what they need to do, and then they fill in the register of what has been completed. Then once a month they receive payment. We have special administrative system, which is UVIS, meaning that is also an abbreviation of the payment system. And all the information then is accrued also there. The agreements have the certain amount, meaning for each qualitatively completed work they receive the payment, approximately 320 types of work, and for each of them they have the detailed specification for execution of the certain work and for what is the criteria of quality, one of it being the planing and maybe mowing and clearing of snow, but it's in total 300 approximately types. Then Riga contract is different because each such certain service then is ordered separately, but on the main roads and for the main roads we have the complex routine maintenance, meaning that the performer plans their work on their own in accordance to the criteria and contract and specifications, and this rules number 27 of the Cabinet of Ministers. And for such maintenance, each month they receive a constant amount, which is the amount which was offered by the work performer in the agreement. But if there are some discrepancies and if non-compliance with certain criteria, then they can be also penalized. And now regarding the weather conditions, with these service agreements, maintenance agreements, we have certain criteria, and it is defined once again by the rules of the Cabinet of Ministers number 26, which is an inherent part of the agreement and binding to the performer of the work. That is what it says. Once again, in accordance with the weather conditions, certain work needs to be performed. For example, when we don't have precipitation, there is no icing on the road surface, and we don't have snow, then, and if the temperature does not cross the threshold of 0, for example, if it's -5, -10, or it's on the contrary warm, 5 or 10 degrees, or if it's changing conditions, changing weather conditions, meaning that there is snow coverage forms or icing, or as colleagues already said, it is when the temperatures are the oil crosses the mark of 0 several times during the day. And then There is emergency conditions, meaning that it's more than 4 hours of snowing during 24 hours, and the layer of snow exceeds 12 centimeters. Or several times there's rain and forms ice on the road, then wind speed more than 20 meters per second, or the precipitation form some flooding regions on the road. And for such conditions, we have certain exceptions from the contract criteria. It is allowed. The same it was also in neighboring countries. Then also these regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers provide for in various weather conditions also the ice and snow layer thickness allowed, which is not more than 1 centimeter, 6 centimeters during changing conditions. Then for C, it would be C class roads would be 10 and 16 centimeters respectively. For D and D, there is no criteria, but it is important that 1 centimeter snow and ice is even allowed. That is important, which does not actually create perfect conditions for friction on the road, and this is why the road traffic users need to be aware of it. We never try to allow this to even form, but not always it is possible, and that is why the drivers need to be urgent, need to be careful, and they also need to equip their vehicles with winter tires. For complex maintenance on main roads in the vicinity of Riga, where the intensity is the highest, there, if it is more than -6, you need to ensure a clear from snow surface, and only if it's below -6, then 1 centimeter of ice or snow is allowed. Next. Of course, the agreement allows you to conduct this work and to comply with criteria that is better than set forth by the agreement. Then the amounts can change also in the contract, and it depends on the client's capabilities. But if the amounts increase, then the funding has to increase too. For example, if the budget is unchanged, then if they assign the performer to do more in winter, then we need to also take into consideration that in summer there's going to be less funding. Time when we need to clear from snow or sprinkle the de-icing agents is also provided for by these Cabinet of Minister regulations. We set this time from the beginning when it actually ended snowing, and this time is both for constant weather conditions and in changing weather conditions is the same, and the rules of Cabinet of Ministers need to be complied with when this allowed thickness of snow layer is reached. That is especially important in changing conditions. Now a little bit about regional roads, which is the lower level of maintenance. Mostly C and D requirements apply here. This is with some non-binding pavement, white pavement when sprinkling or occurs or scarifying occurs only in the most dangerous sections, and in changing conditions even 16 centimeter snow is allowed. For D class roads, snow is being cleared only twice per year. And if there are changing weather conditions, it is important that we also remind that for a vehicle not exceeding 3.5 tons of weight, then it has to be equipped with winter tires. And even though the regulatory acts do not also provide for such requirement for heavier or heavy vehicles and trucks, we still remind to equip the vehicles with the proper tires. C and D class roads and their servicing requirements, 13,119 kilometers, which is 66% of all the roads. With asphalt pavement, there are 24% and gravel 76% of all of these. Additionally, in winter, we have meltdowns that change with, again, frost. But then we have meltdown periods for several days sometimes. And sometimes there is a lot of precipitation also. Additionally, and then it is both with binding and non-binding pavements. There, the potholes form, where you need to fill them also operatively, and there are certain priority services that are done, that is filling of the potholes and also planing of the surfaces. And in the most problematic sections, also the water discharge is necessary, drainage from roads. One more chart. This is the costs during the last 10 years. From the last 10-year experience, we concluded that for winter work, we have on average need 40% of the funding, which is about 23 million. The rest is planned for summer work. Until 2021, these costs were higher because for routine maintenance we had larger budget. We could do more these services, for example, a gravel road renewal and surface treatment. But the tendencies show that this funding decreases in 2022, 2023 and 2024 respectively. And also the types of work reduce, the amount reduces. Now this year it is 56.7 million. In 9 months the completed work is 39.7 million. Let us hope for the weather conditions not to be that severe for us to have sufficient funding also for the winter to come. Now to compare one-day expenses in constant, in changing and in extreme weather conditions. We have chosen typical days from the last season, from the last winter. Here you can see during constant weather conditions, that is when the temperature is +1 to +5, mainly without precipitation. Maybe it rains a little bit, no icing and no snow layer. And the roads are also sprinkled on roads with less sensitivity. Also, the planing of the surface takes place, and also different types of work. And one day such costs from 120 until 160,000 per day. If it's changing weather conditions, whether the temperature is -3, -12, snowing somewhat, and even for an extended period of time, and it is difficult for driving, and then clearing the road from snow is in the broader territory, also sprinkling the roads not only with salt but also sand, removal of the snow piles, and one day costs from 200 until 350,000 euros. And in extreme weather conditions, this is such precisely selected days from last winter when it was -1 to -10 below zero. So snowfall and roads are with snow coverage, sometimes even with extreme conditions for driving. And several times, even 3 times maybe per day, the roads were cleared from snow, a reduction of the slipperiness of the road, and all the other works. I'm not mentioning all of them, but such day costs 580 to 620,000 euros per day. And now, if we look at 2023-2024 winter season and completed work, then we can conclude that if it was 6 months or 180 days, then winter cost 22.8 million, where constant weather conditions of all of these when the day cost not more than 150,000 was 134 days, and it cost 7.35 million. But changing in extreme weather conditions where it costs more than 150,000 euros per day, theirs were 46 days costing 15.51 million euros. So we can conclude that these more severe weather conditions, we can see their ratio first of all, and at least 1/4 of these days it was, and the ratio of how much it costs. In total, state roads 19,000 kilometers, A and B 6,850 kilometers. For average service calculation, we took typical services, for example, wet salt 20 grams per square kilometer, and just sprinkling once in 6,850 kilometers, that would cost 135,000 euros. But the removal of snow, on average, just clearing it once costs approximately 100,000 euros. You can do it at the same time, but it is once again also corresponds to the weather conditions at that particular moment. But now a little bit about the desires and what is possible. Then usually this is on the level of the Cabinet of Ministers and with the corresponding service class. For the society, it is the society believes that this is insufficient and they are complaining also a lot. Maybe C and D class could be cleared and sprinkled more often in winter, but the funding is not sufficient. We need to consider that each budget year receives their funding separately, and if we want to broaden or increase the services, then this could reduce the possibilities to maintain roads in summer, and maybe mowing and dedusting could be done less so. What are the conclusions? During the winter season, in changing weather conditions and especially in extreme weather conditions, the drivers need to understand that the speed of driving is lower and these conditions can also rapidly change. So that is why we need to take care for winter tires and devote more time for driving. And especially in extreme conditions, maybe we should even reschedule our needs to travel on the road until the moment when the maintainers of the roads are going to ensure safer circumstances. And however much services we would have available, we can't ensure similar conditions to summer in winter, so it is impossible, but we do whatever is possible to reduce the winter condition effects. And the last then, for transporters to really equip the transport with winter tires, even though, so it's passenger transporters, for them to equip with winter tires, even though it is not provided for by the law. Thank you. That was all I wanted to say, and I have a couple of short questions. Now, for these transportation companies, I was surprised to see that even school buses are not equipped with winter tires. How is that we came to this? Was it the lobby of these service providers, or we also heard, for example, experience story from Finland that is actually mandatory and even everybody understands, because especially for school buses, they need to be equipped with winter tires. Why are we where we are? Well, maybe then the regulatory acts differ. Maybe let us talk to the colleagues and think about it, but until 3.5 tons we need these winter tires, but as buses are larger, more heavy, then we're not asking this. And once again, it is reminded also that it is linked to funding. Maybe for the transportation service providers, it is their expenses, but that does not go together with the safety of road traffic. And seeing that it is close to 1 million in winter, for example, if we look at one day or several days, so where do you look for weather forecast? What are the most precise service? Well, we have our own meteorological service, but there are several portals where we can look and but we don't look at one portal. We need to look at medians, and that is why we look at several sources. So you are that person who just presses this red button saying that this is when we start clearing, and it's 700,000 just gets withdrawn from the account or transferred. Well, in a way, yes. However, it's just somewhat of a misunderstanding, meaning that they're planning, and that is why we are sending one budget for the certain month, but the everyday operational work is planned by the performer of the work, considering, once again, the weather conditions and everything else. Thank you very much, Jānis. So now, well, let us go to lunch break, after which we're going to hear a Lithuanian experience story also. We'll hear our desires and plans, and also Cēsis municipality, head of Cēsis municipality is also going to be our guest today. Until 1 we have the lunch break.
0, bet seguma temperatūra ir zem +2 grādiem, uz ceļa var veidoties aplidojums. Tādos noslogotākajiem ceļiem var veikt preventīvo ceļu kaisīšanu. Operatīvos lēmumus par to pieņem ceļu uzturētāji. Jāņem vērā, ka arī pēc kaisīšanas ceļi var apledot. Rīta stundās īpaši uzmanīgiem jābūt uz tiltiem un ceļu pārvadiem, kā arī posmos mežā vai ūdens tūmā. Redzējāt? Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Uz asfaltātajiem ceļiem ziemā var būt sniega kārta. Uz galveniem ceļiem 1 cm sniega var būt visu ziemu, bet uz mazāk noslogotiem ceļiem 4 cm. Snikšanas laikā uz galvenajiem ceļiem drīkst būt 6 cm sniega. Uz mazāk noslogotiem asfaltātajiem ceļiem līdz pat 10 cm. Pēc puteņa beigām sniegs uz galvenajiem ceļiem ir jānotīra 3 stundu laikā. Uz pārējiem asfaltātajiem ceļiem līdz pat 24 stundām. Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Latvijā ir daudz grāmatu ceļu, un ziemā tos izbraukt var būt īpaši sarežģīti. Tos uztur ar piebrauktu sniega kārtu, kur nepieciešams gadījumā rievo. Bīstamās vietas, pagriezienus, uzkalnus kaisa ar smilti. Grāmatas ceļus nekaisa ar sāli, jo tas atkausē grāmatas virskārtu, un iestājoties šķīdonim, ceļš tiek pavisam sabojāts. Atkusnīgi grāmatas ceļi var būt ļoti slideni, jo rievas izkūst, bet smiltis noskalo kūstošais sniegs. Ir ziema, rēķinies ar to. Kura ceļu ziemā tīra vairāk, kura mazāk? Jo dzīvāk satiksme, jo biežāk un pamatīgāk ceļu kopi. Visbiežāk tīra valsts galvenos autoceļus, kur ir lielāka satiksme. Ceļi ar vismazāko satiksmi parasti ir vietējas nozīme. Ja tie nav asfaltēti, tad sniegu tur šķūrē pavisam reti, ka tie ir galīgi aizputināti. Ziemā autobraucējiem ir jārēķinās ar to, ka uz ceļa var būt sniegs un apledojums. Lai cik rūpīgi strādāt uzturētāji, viņi nevar ziemu novērst pavisam. Ir ziema, rēķinies ar to. Mainīgos laika apstākļos, kad gaisa temperatūra svārstās ap 0, bet seguma temperatūra ir zem +2 grādiem, uz ceļa var veidoties apledojums. Tādu uz noslogotākajiem ceļiem var veikt preventīvo ceļu kaisīšanu. Operatīvos lēmumus par to pieņem ceļu uzturētāji. Jāņem vērā, ka arī pēc kaisīšanas ceļi var apledot. Rīta stundās īpaši uzmanīgiem jābūt uz tiltiem un ceļu pārvadiem, kā arī posmos mežā vai ūdens tūmā. Redzējāt? Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Uz asfaltātajiem ceļiem ziemā var būt sniega kārta. Uz galveniem ceļiem 1 cm sniega var būt visu ziemu, bet uz mazāk noslogotiem ceļiem 4 cm. Snikšanas laikā uz galvenajiem ceļiem drīkst būt 6 cm sniega. Uz mazāk noslogotiem asfaltātajiem ceļiem līdz pat 10 cm. Pēc puteņa beigām sniegs uz galvenajiem ceļiem ir jānotīra 3 stundu laikā. Uz pārējiem asfaltātajiem ceļiem līdz pat 24 stundām. Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Latvijā ir daudz grāmatu ceļu, un ziemā tos izbraukt var būt īpaši sarežģīti. Tos uztur ar piebrauktu sniega kārtu, kur nepieciešams gadījumā rievo. Bīstamās vietas, pagriezienus, uzkalnus kaisa ar smilti. Grāmatas ceļus nekaisa ar sāli, jo tas atkausē grāmatas virskārtu, un iestājoties šķīdonim, ceļš tiek pavisam sabojāts. Atkusnīgi grāmatas ceļi var būt ļoti slideni, jo rievas izkūst, bet smiltis noskalo kūstošais sniegs. Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Kura ceļu ziemā tīra vairāk, kura mazāk? Jo dzīvāk satiksme, jo biežāk un pamatīgāk ceļu kopi. Visbiežāk tīra valsts galvenos autoceļus, kur ir lielāka satiksme. Ceļi ar vismazāko satiksmi parasti ir vietējas nozīme. Ja tie nav asfaltēti, tad sniegu tur šķūrē pavisam reti, ka tie ir galīgi aizputināti. Ziemā autobraucējiem ir jārēķinās ar to, ka uz ceļa var būt sniegs un apledojums. Lai cik rūpīgi strādāt uzturētāji, viņi nevar ziemu novērst pavisam. Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to. Mainīgos laika apstākļos, kad gaisa temperatūra svārstās ap 0, bet seguma temperatūra ir zem +2 grādiem, uz ceļa var veidoties apledojums. Tādu uz noslogotākajiem ceļiem var veikt preventīvo ceļu kaisīšanu. Operatīvos lēmumus par to pieņem ceļu uzturētāji. Jāņem vērā, ka arī pēc kaisīšanas ceļi var apledot. Rīta stundās īpaši uzmanīgiem jābūt uz tiltiem un ceļu pārvadiem, kā arī posmos mežā vai ūdens tūmā. Redzējāt? Ir ziema. Rēķinies ar to.
Mēs varam turpināt.
We can continue. My experience from many conferences which I have attended, if the organizers of the conference have not provided a lot of lunch, then half of the audience does not return. But this is not that case. Almost everyone has joined us again for the second part. In the first part, we heard experience from our neighbors from Estonia and Finland, but we will start this part with experience story from Lithuania with winter road maintenance. I give the floor to Modestas Lukošionis, head of infrastructure maintenance department of the state joint stock company Via Lietuva.
Okay, hello to everyone. Nice to see a lot of people after the lunch. Okay, as mentioned, I am Modestas. I am head of infrastructure maintenance division at Via Lietuva. Via Lietuva is a state-owned road administration company. And my presentation is about especially winter maintenance in our country. And I think I very gladly to be here. Special thanks to Latvia Road Administration because this topic is very important, and we are talking about it very not so much. And very briefly, introduction in maintenance of state roads. The playing are three players. On the top is Ministry of Transport and Communication, and underneath there is two state-owned company. Joint stock companies is Via Lietuva, which they are making administration, and road maintenance company it's responsible especially for the works. And each year, Via Lietuva and road maintenance company signs agreement. This is we are not making tender. We are had some legals to produce that without tender, and make contract. In contract, there is the basic information about road maintenance standards, levels, and about the funding. Here we can see we are responsible is a little bit more than 21,000 kilometers of roads, state-owned roads, and these roads are divided into groups according significant in main roads, the highest class of the roads, national roads and regional roads. Also we have the gravel roads. More than 5,000 kilometers. And in this slide we see the levels of the roads, especially in winter maintenance. We have 5 levels of the roads. The highest is the first and the lowest is the 5th. And in this slide we see the comparison of amount of kilometer in each level of road. There we can see that in first 3 level of the roads there is maintenance that we so-called black pavement maintenance. That means the maintenance works should be done that in certain amount of time should be cleared all the snow, all the ice, and the road should be bare. And the 2 lowest maintenance roads, 4th and 5th level, there is so-called white surface maintenance. And in this maintenance levels roads, we only plowing the snows and spreading some friction materials, gravel and so on. Is the basic standard is to make gripness of these roads. Okay, and let's talk about money, most important thing, and as we can see about all expenditure in the maintenance cost, more than half expenses comes to winter maintenance, very huge part of the money, and it comes approximately 65 million of euros for winter maintenance, only for winter maintenance works. And in compare to average winter maintenance cost per 1 kilometer per 1 year is more than 3,000 euros. Okay, go to next slide. In this slide we see winter maintenance requirements. There is the basic requirements that shows. There is some more, but all is all is about the levels, and we can see the working hours is the first requirement, because not in each level of the road we are working 24/7. It's only in the first level of the roads. And what's new is in our case that in level 1 service we started to use the anti-icing requirement, and using that technology that we are spreading brine after ice. We have forecasting, predicting systems that say in short terms when it comes slippery, and the road contractor should be applied and make this preventive maintenance. Next, we can see a requirement when after night is some ice and snow, till when road maintenance contractor should make roads in better condition. There is some hours. Other requirement is when it's snowing, what is thickness of the snow layer is allowed to be on the road. And the last one is when stopped snowing, within an hour it should be cleared that extra snow. Okay, now let's talk about materials. And as we can see, we use 4 types of materials in certain situations. It depends mostly on level of the road and also on weather condition, basically the air temperature. And as I mentioned previously, on the first level of the road, we used sodium chloride brine, spreading not crystals but only brine in that condition. In other cases, we are using sodium chloride pre-wetted by sodium chloride solution. Basically, in first 3 levels, we are spreading salt pre-wetted. We not using other methods. And in the other cases, especially where air temperature is below -10, we start using solution for pre-wetting is calcium chloride. Because as we make a study and shows that sodium chloride is not so effective in lowest temperatures. And the other situation is in the lowest levels of the roads, level 4, level 5. In this roads, basically we are using only sand-salt mixtures. And as I mentioned before, there is a wide surface maintenance level, and we have to ensure gripness of the road. Okay, there you can see this materials, consumption of these materials. As you can see, we have a lot of that. We use a lot of sodium chloride, sand, and liquid mixtures, and we can see that each season of the winter, this materials consumption is growing and is getting bigger and bigger, and we think that result is because increasing requirements. We each year from 2022 we making bigger and bigger requirements because there are a lot of complaints about bad situation in winter, especially after incidents of traffic and so on, and we have to make standards even strict, and after that, also the usage of material is influenced by winter condition, as we see, for example, 1920 winter was very mild, and the consumption of sodium chloride was very low. Yes, about smart technology, I think that's very important, and we should invest in that more and more. For example, this year we expanded number of road weather condition stations by 20%, and now we have 173 road weather stations, and also we upgraded all the old ones road weather stations, because we see that information is very important, not even for road maintenance company to get better efficiency, to get better prognosis, but also for us as authority to control road maintenance company and see if everything is going okay and correct. On the top of this, we have more than 500 cameras to monitor situation on the roads. We can see that, and that's basically that's it. If we're talking about this standard local devices. And also for road maintenance works and technical supervision, we are controlling by using these mobile road weather sensors. They are controlling the friction of the road. They can see there is snow, ice, or water on the road, and there is the basic when we are deciding the correct maintenance was done or not. Okay, that's all my presentations. Thank you very much.
Nu, te arī īsi un uzskatām redzams, ka
Here we see that historically Lithuanians are a long way ahead of us also in road maintenance. I have two.
For fourth and fifth class sounding, do you use line sounding or only point sounding? Does it mean some dangerous places, steepness, banks, and this?
Yeah, I understand question. The answer is in level 4 we are using every road, each segment of road, not only dangerous places. But in the level 5, we are making spreading of this mixture only in dangerous places, on the curves, on the hills, and so on.
Okay, thank you. And other question about this mobile equipment, this Tekanor.
Yeah.
This friction coefficient. Do you have some requirements for friction?
No, we don't have as a standard requirements, but we are making decisions about that measurements. But we don't have some numbers and on the requirement book.
But in reality, which number is this? Contractor should start to spread salt.
We are looking in the individual case and deciding, but we are strict at that when friction coefficient is less than 0.35, that is not good, and above it's okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and I have a short question about your personal experience when you use Latvian roads. What kind of differences you see between Latvian and Lithuanian roads?
I don't know. I don't think that is very different. But as you can see, especially if we're talking about winter maintenance, time is very important. In what time you are checking the quality of winter maintenance? If you're checking at 6 a.m. and when you are checking after lunch and in the evening, is different situation. Almost when we are driving, we started in Lithuania and early morning with driving to our roads, and later we'll be on the Latvia, and the view is that in our is worse condition, but in yours is better. But I think that's the reason, because of the time. You have more time to deal with maintenance. It should be looked in the right time, and compared.
Thanks a lot. Yes, thank you. Mūsu nākamais stāsts par
Our next story about routine maintenance and seasonal changes, and of course also an important factor is the security of road traffic safety. Gunter Skains, Director of Traffic Organization Division in Latvian State Roads. Hello everyone. Dear colleagues, guests from abroad, and also online viewers. As much as I understood from previous presentations, this is a very topical matter, this road safety, and also, for example, the colleagues said that if they could do more, then road traffic safety would be better. But now, regarding the road safety and routine maintenance and how it is linked, maybe something we do in winter and other aspects, and this like link summer and winter. And let us go just one by one over these topics. Here you can see that what is related to the traffic safety, this is what colleagues in Latvian state roads are doing with routine maintenance. Once again, that results very much so in traffic safety. I will not highlight these differences, what they are doing in winter and in summer. These are different things, and because the colleagues already said it, but it leaves a significant impact on road traffic safety. So here, this is a robust slide with some simple graphs, but it shows the trend that in winter we drive slower because the visibility is poorer, there's snow, maybe we drive less, and also we are involved in accidents less. This is what we can see on the slides. And once again, where there are problems, then in 2023 we did make conclusions about 84 road traffic accidents, and in none of these cases it was true that we could blame the infrastructure a lot. But the question is whether this road was forgiving. It remains the question to which there is no answer. However, in investigation of these accidents, we see that if we look at the infrastructure, we still see that the impact, there was an impact of everyday maintenance. And especially if it is when people died, of course, this first of all well, not that it depends, but the most impact was due to the decisions of the drivers and of these people, but most probably we will not find out that part of the accident. And this is very important section where we look at certain moments. But what I wanted to also I wanted to say one thing, that regarding the borders. The first, when there's a design of the road, for example, division of this road land, there's horizontal signage marking with everything and the visibility, and it is built as the way it should be. And the question then is how we maintain the road and how the bushes turn into trees and the visibility decreases. And from the perspective of the state of the road traffic accidents. And let us just go into more detail about it. We had talked about this division line. Most probably initially we saw the sign, but then there was some bush growing in front of it. Maybe better visibility was concerning the animals that could run onto the road. And so the question is, and we also can see this from the management, from the Service of Traffic Organization, is, and if we do have the necessary funding, so many things we do conclude in our inspections, during our inspections occurring once in 4 years, we can conclude that it is desirable to have more funding to this routine maintenance, and then traffic accidents would occur less. There would be fewer accidents. And then some say, for example, that we need trees only in the forest. Then others say that it forms a good landscape if there are trees at the sides of the road. Then there's also the question of visibility, accessibility of the road. Why are they on the division line of the road? Then on the second point we see, for example, is actually the border of the forest. And one thing that then impacts the routine maintenance is some particular work. There will be also later examples that, for example, there's just some bush, but then it grows bigger, and there's also a tree, and upon collision with the vehicle, well, the consequences are adverse. Here we have shown with also some arrows and bullet points that, well, it is some negative consequences, and most probably this bush once again has outgrown to become the tree. And this is also next slide, for example. There's like an alley already with trees. Now, considering, for example, the tolerance of the society today is like, okay, well, we know somebody drives into the tree at times, but if we, for example, come with the chainsaw and fell down the trees, then the society protests much more. So once again, that is something we need to be discussing in the society more, and in these specific places, locations. Maybe there's a good visibility, you feel safe on the road. So the story would be how to balance this cultural heritage, meaning the landscape heritage. Well, for example, I used to believe that trees are intended to be in the forest. Now maybe my opinion has changed, but nevertheless, it is the discussion, and this is also what impacts, and due to that, some lethal accidents also occur. In both these pictures, what I showed, those previously were winter, now here it is summer. It is a good, straight, nice road, so why would anyone, for example, hit that tree, specifically drive into it? We will not find out about it, but if we're talking about the road maintenance, then yes, no coverage of snow. Why would you even drive into the opposite lane? And I think, well, we can't blame the tree. If the tree wasn't there, that's another story, but still, we will not find out why did the accident occur. Here's the chart once again, it is the comparison of winter and summer. This is, if we don't go into numbers that much, just not saying, okay, well, oh, very nice, we're actually driving on average less than 90 kilometers per hour, and some are driving even so much slower, but so much quicker. So once again, this is because of these reasons in winter we are driving slower. And this is next to Laci A9 road to Liepāja. Here there's a big difference. You see at the bottom, for example, the speeds that have been there, and the differences are dramatic. How much less there are those driving faster. Maybe the difference is winter and summer, but it's still in winter also. I mean, the old times are gone when somebody kept their car in the garage for only driving with it in the summer. And so here also, if we consider the experience also from abroad, our colleagues, we're changing the speeds. We're changing the speeds, for example, in summer, for the summer season. And it was interesting to find that these countries on the left, it's not southern countries, but they're not doing anything with speed. So they are not making any separate decisions. For example, oh, now it's summer, let's drive faster. But now for the background of it all, many of these roads are actually equipped with the electronic signage. So that is why they could, for example, very quickly change the speed if necessary. But then in some cases we maybe went into more detail and talked about it, and maybe it's resorts or something, and then they would have some particular signs put on if necessary. For example, during the skiing season. These are, well, overall, not to go in circles and not just reading out all the countries that are listed, but the tendency in Europe is that signs, electronic signs with changing information, I will also show you later what we do, and most probably all the other colleagues do, is when they look at the parameters of the road, from that they conclude what would be recommended speed, or maybe there would be additional pictograms for safety, for safe traffic. And this is what we talked about. Currently, for several years already, since 15th of May until 15th of October, we change the speed on certain roads. We are selecting specifically some sections of the road. They are different year by year. For example, last year A8, we did not put a sign changing the speed there, so one criteria, because there was an accident. So this one criteria was because we didn't change it. But there are several such, why we and how we decided it to be then 100 km per hour or 110 km per hour road. Talking about these roads, about these signs, it is very simple. There's a station of meteorology, and they are observing certain parameters that are being set up in the program, and the program then knows itself how to change the sign. We are also training these specific signs. Maybe you have been also on these roads and you don't see it correlate what is in nature and what is on the sign. However, I have not heard it lately, but there have been such instances maybe now. And for example, if there's like very severe, very extreme conditions, then maybe what then to put on these signs? Well, we are currently working on the algorithm. I think there is already a decision made. And the conclusions, rather simple. Seasonality and change of the habits seasonally. How people drive, snow, ice, darkness, less accidents with severe consequences. And also what is interesting and what is like a spine for such conference like this is timely, more appropriate what would be the contribution to the road traffic safety, and it is also related and applies to the colleagues from abroad, is what I said previously, and I will not repeat myself now. What is once again changing the signs could be, and in the experience also from our foreign colleagues, the next conclusion is that definitely abroad they more rely on digital solutions, and in such way they work with traffic and they make it faster or slower upon necessity. That is all what I wanted to say today. Thank you. Maybe some short, maybe some brief questions about road traffic safety. But if there are none, we're going to have also the discussion. That is why you can get involved then. As we are in CESIS today, we need to listen to the story of experience of some locals. We already saw presentations about the reforms and how they shape the behaviors. For example, longer distance and longer time to get to schools, post offices. CESIS municipality experience, we have Jānis Rozenbergs, who is the head of the municipality. So I am inviting now, and by using CESIS municipality roads, I go also to the country. P30 is the road I use often, and during the last years in winter too, very good experience. However, if you turn off the P30 road, then the situation is worse. However, that is already Maduana municipality, not the CESIS.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to give you a big thanks for the opportunity of being here today. I represent the humanitarian sciences more, so I do not have such a high expertise with a very technical information, but I will try to share with our experience in our region. Secondly, for such a manly conference, I'm very happy to see so many women, so this is a nice balance in the road maintenance area. Thirdly, a big thanks to Latvian state roads for choosing CESIS for hosting this international conference. For some Latvian inhabitants, such conferences serve as a way to travel around Latvia and gives the experts opportunity to travel outside Riga. I talked previously with people from Vidzeme. The good thing is that winter has not yet started, so we can save a few euros or cents, and we do not have to bring out the service cars yet. And I'm sure that you yourselves have asked the God to have less snow and that it would not stay on the roads for a long time, because we understand that we have limited resources and we have limited funding from municipality and state budgets. So another thing, although this road does not belong to A, B or C class according to Latvian state roads, but of course winter will come, and not always the contractors and users are ready for winter. So I hope that this year everyone will be ready for winter. And I would also like to thank the team of Latvian state roads, because in the last 2 years we have had a lot of reconstruction projects. For example, Stalbe Road, Veclēcenes Highway, Jaunpiebalga, Vecpiebalga, Nītaure, Zaure. Here we see a mobility project on the pictures. Every kilometer that has been reconstructed is easier to maintain afterwards, and I think that the roads will increase in quality and will be easier to maintain them. And if we change the surface to a better surface, then it will be also easier to maintain them during summer. But we did not have any special treatment. We actually were in a queue to receive this funding for the reconstruction of Stalbe Road. So our inhabitants value this very highly. So in general, Cēsu region is one of the biggest region in terms of territory. We don't have that much inhabitants, unfortunately, but we have about 2,300 municipality roads and about 1,200 kilometers of state roads. And we also have micro-mobility roads. And we have 120 kilometers of roads that should be classified higher, but they are not. So they have a different maintenance regime. It is clear that in summer, more or less, we can change some things, but this is not a question of life and death. Of course, people can get to the places they need to get, but the school starts at 8:30 or 9, or if you have to get to the doctor at 9 a.m. or you have to get to work, it is clear that the biggest activity is during winter season. But it is hard to forecast in winter when it will snow, how much will it snow, whether the snow will melt or not, whether the ice will form or not. So there are a lot of different parameters that have to be included. But of course, when we meet with inhabitants, especially in countryside, Mr. Krause already mentioned that schools and homes are located further away, and the road is the one thing that allows people that live in these regions to communicate with the city and to get to the school or a center of culture. But if we look at the numbers, at these kilometers, 2,300 kilometers, most of them are actually gravel roads. When will we reach a proportion where asphalt roads will have a bigger volume? I don't know, because we do not have any structural funds. Before we had some funding from the state, but right now we do not have this funding, and municipalities are not able to fund such large projects. However, during the last 3 years, we have taken 5 to 6 million in loan to upkeep the roads, but this is not enough. And when will we get to satisfactory country road quality? I don't know. I will probably be dead by that time. Yeah, I'm sorry about a grammatical error. The first word is in Lithuanian. That's a joke, of course. So the first number, as you see, is the road fund. And the second number is the actual spending. And here I would like to complain not towards Latvian state roads, but unfortunately, municipality road funds have not recovered, and we are about 50% at the funding that we had in 2009. So we see that the actual spending increases, and it will continue to increase. Nothing will get cheaper, but we have to take money away from other functions to give this money to road maintenance. And here you can see the map of the Cēsis region. These are A category roads. Here we can see B category roads. Also the famous P30 road. Now we have local roads. This, if I'm saying something incorrectly about maintenance regimes, but as I understand, C category should be cleared in 24 hours in winter, and the rest of these roads are municipality roads. And if we put schools on this map, then the biggest dilemma is that often in this territory, we do not have asphalt roads. So that's Vecpiebalga highway, Nītaure Zaure, but here in the middle we do not have asphalt roads. So the big question is this highway, this is a gravel road. This should be cleared within 8 hours. We have schools on both sides and a kindergarten. These are local roads that should be cleared in 24 hours, and these are municipality roads that are attached to state roads. And let's take an example. When an inhabitant says that their children are not able to get to school, then we can clear the municipality road, but we understand that Latvian state roads have their regulations, and if there is a road next to it that has to be cleared in 24 hours, this is the bottleneck where we cannot get any further. And here we need some operative communication with the local contractors. What is the solution? I don't know. Maybe Latvian state roads can take over all municipality roads. Perhaps the other way around. But this is where our interests collide or our problems collide. It is clear that Latvian state roads have their priorities in order, highways, motorways, but the rest of the roads are cleared when they get the chance. And here we see the Skujene school and kindergarten on P30 road. This is a school that has to be reformed. So in the future we might have elementary school and kindergarten here. And we should have to take these children either to Piebalga or Vecpiebalga. So this is a gravel road, and I hope that it will be turned into an asphalt road. And hopefully the maintenance regime will change, but this is 20 kilometers one way and the other way, and if the child lives somewhere on smaller roads, then the logistics are quite complicated. This region is under the responsibility of Amata, and we are transporting school children 1,000 kilometers per day. So the volume is huge, 1,000 kilometers every day in 8 routes, back and forth. I had another map, but it seems to have disappeared. So this is the big question on how to put all of this maintenance into one single regime. And the second question is how to continue the development program of state road network. And the third question, which I cannot answer, concerns the local municipality roads, because we do not have any resources, only just how much municipalities can take out in loans. And if you have heard, in the last few years, municipalities have big problems with budgets. Some can take out loans, some cannot. But I don't know when all of these roads can be put in order. But people want to live here, and I can say honestly, where we create a good road, there we get houses, people start living there, the area becomes populated. And I think that if we talk about regional development, roads should be the #1 priority to make sure that young people go and live in regions. And there are different ways to work, for example, remotely. That gives a lot of possibilities. And I can show on the map, in this area, 2 years ago, we had 1 Latvian living there. He works at Carlsberg as marketing director. He goes from here to Riga airport, goes abroad for 3 days and then comes back. So he lives here in Skujen region. And if we had a great asphalt road, then perhaps more people would have opportunities to move here and live here and to enjoy this area. So this is my short presentation. So for regions, roads are #1 priority for comfort and for maintenance. I don't know whether this is a bad thing or not a bad thing. So thank you. Thank you, Jānis. Jani, I think that the end of your discussion will be the thing that we will begin with, our public discussion. And to begin this, since we have international colleagues, I will switch to English, and the rest of you can listen to translation.
Our discussion, and I will ask on the floor Jānis Rozenbergs.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor of Cēsis. Verners Akimovs, our board member.
Kur var sēsties?
Where do you want? Modests Lukovskis via Lietuva. And our Finnish guests, Jarkko Pirinen from Finnish Road Administration and Jarmo Vooglaine from Estonia. And last but not least, winter road maintenance is always related to road safety. So from road safety point of view, our discussion will be joined by Arturs Vurbelis from Droša braukšanas school, which is a safe
driving school.
Safe driving school. And me, Martin Slazdowskis, chairman of State Roads, I will lead discussion. And I would like to start actually discussion with the latest slide from Jānis and from the area where we are. It reminds me some internal organs like lungs, where roads are the most actually important part from our bodies. But let's because everybody is keen to understand how it's happening in our neighboring countries. I will start with Lithuanians maybe, as I saw my colleagues and I see left from you our Estonian colleagues. After seeing your figures, we are like jealous and a bit upset as our figures are not as promising. But I believe the challenges in all Baltic countries, and I believe also in Finland, especially areas which are more remote from Helsinki or Tampere, these discussions about different reforms, people living more countryside, working maybe abroad or in capitals, schools closing, and the necessity for people to go like bigger distances to get their services. Do you have also discussions like we have here, also related to road network and particularly road maintenance?
Yes, as we see those Latvian presentations about their problems, challenges and so on, I think of myself, maybe we are living in the same country because the same problem there is in our case. And yes, we are talking about that very often. in our country now there is some situation when the big projects, the strategic projects, takes a lot of money, and of course not enough money left for repair works, for maintenance works, and so on. And that leads to road degradation. For example, if we not seal the cracks on or not fix the potholes at a certain time, its construction condition it's going worse and worse, and we are living for the future. This problem we are making to future. And that is not good because that happens a lot of year. And also we are talking about how we have to cut road maintenance expenses, what is not our priority of road. For example, we are talking about grass cutting works, how to make less and less for them, but also the same problem, the bushes, the trees, and so on. You have to come back and make some more expensive works. And but we are talking about roads and all elements. I think the biggest problem is bridges, because there is a lot of bridges very old age, and those bridges reminds of themselves. That's very bad condition, and we have to put more money on this. That's the
So what are you saying is that despite the fact that relatively in comparison to us and Estonians, even if your budget is relatively higher, actually the biggest bulk, and this is what I know from discussion with my colleagues from via Lietuva, that the biggest bulk of all investments goes to these mega projects, and of course all of us who are going from Riga or Tallinn towards Poland and the rest of Europe, we see of course these big developments, but these big developments are done also taking out of some other developments. And what are you saying, that for regional and local or smaller roads, so this gap or deficit is still high and is even growing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, let's move then a bit north. So what about you in Estonia? So first of all, I do really hope that actually these red figures you show will never ever appear, and politicians will understand that from road maintenance part actually is the last to cut, because anyway, all of us, we know that since 2 years the costs are more or less 20% higher. So if we are reducing these amounts, this will impact this situation quite radically. So, but this discussion regarding winter maintenance, like with municipalities, schools, school buses, do you have discussions like this, and is there any solution?
Yeah, thank you. We've had those kind of discussions regarding the road network, what roads must be state roads, what roads must be municipality roads. We've had that discussion, but it's really hard to get the arrangements and the deals, at least in Estonia, and I bet in here as well. Municipalities do not have a lot of money for repairs, for road maintenance, and so on. And it's really hard to get the deals done, to give them the roads over and so on. But it has been discussed. But talking about the funding, as you said, like roads are blood vessels in our bodies. Then if there's no money to maintain the roads, then of course there has to be priorities taken. Are we going to leave the secondary roads let them degrade? Are we going to push our funds into main roads? Those are the discussion points that needs to be discussed on higher level as well. And of course, we're giving our best to bring up all the consequences. If you take money away from road maintenance, what's going to happen next year, the year after that, and so on and so on.
But this will be after elections, so.
Yeah, elections are in 2 years in Estonia, so yep, no big decisions before then. But yeah, we'll see. It's interesting times, but you know, I really like the saying that you can't let a good crisis go to waste, because when times are hard, you need to find better solutions. You need to optimize. So that's a good point to start and move on, actually. So we'll see.
Okay. And from your presentation, I didn't ask the question, but now I will use the possibility to raise it. In your case, you are working with the private sector on road maintenance, which is quite different with Lithuanians. Your contracts are fixed price contracts.
Yeah, fixed price.
So performance-based contracts.
Yeah, exactly.
If budget is decreased, and these figures now were not small, so quite so some 10 to 15% are reduced. How does it affect these contracts which are still in force?
Yeah, we're looking into it, but there's no way to reduce the routine maintenance, because that is fixed price and you cannot change it during the period of the contract. All we can do is reduce periodic maintenance and also the repairs. But yeah, there's a limit. You can't take everything away. So we need to enter some negotiations with all the partners for sure. We need to look into the contracts, to look for anything that's nice to have. But sadly, when we're talking about routine maintenance, there are things that are nice to have. It's all to keep the economy flowing, to let people drive where they want to drive, and so on. It's going to be hard, but we might be in a situation where we might even have to terminate some contracts or start negotiating again or go into procurement again. We'll see. There are a lot of options on the table, but we don't know what the future brings yet.
Or to court.
Maybe, yeah, that's a possibility, sadly. But today, at least our contractors are really taking it good. The bad news, I mean, they're really into cooperating. We're thinking together where to find those spots. So yeah, the cooperation is really good, at least. So that's good.
Okay, yes, thank you. Jarko, in Finland, so figures are big, but also mileage or number of kilometers are by far highest, and I calculated that this is just 2,300 euros per kilometer, which is not like ways higher than what we are spending. Oh. What about these gaps or priorities in your case?
I think this daily maintenance or routine maintenance, what you're saying, it's we handled it. It's just because we get first money and another gets after that. But I think problem is sort of that, are we getting that quality what we are ordering? And we have a lot of work to do to how we survive that, how we supervisions doing, and we use consults who's trying to find that it's just okay. People never are happy, I have to say it. They always want something more. And I have to say this lower level is, so it's not so good if you look at these numbers anyway, but still people normally are quite happy about them. But people who have moved to the landscape from cities, they are not happy. Because now you can do work home. You don't have to go to the office, and they are really not happy about. But our problem is, I think, is in maintenance generally. It's not winter maintenance. It's more like payment. Payment is a very difficult because that the payment doesn't get money if we don't get money.
But this is what we understood, that if we spend more on winter time, and every snow, sooner or later, will melt.
Yeah.
So actually, this is from durability or for life cycle of the road, it's wasted money.
Sort of, yeah, but we have to move. I think it's something what we are especially doing is our roads are open all the time. We really don't close them. It's very have to have accident or something. They are all the time open, so you can drive all the time. For example, Norway is closing roads, although they have a lot of money, but they are open all the time. That's our priority.
Simply in Norway they have these electric cars and most probably charging stations are not working. So it's it's safer than. But in your presentation also there was mentioned the possibility that actually you can close a road.
We can,
but
yes, but typically we are not doing it. It's more like you really have to say why are you closing. It's quite a high level that you really have to say it, why it's closed. It's just, yeah.
So all of us generally we have something in common, not just our souls and hobbies and distances between us, but also this lack of or too small maintenance budgets. So anyway, if budget is small, we need to have these priorities. And all of you mentioned that we have to decide either more winter maintenance, less summer works for roads. What are the priorities? How do you choose? Not just between winter and summer, but also summertime, for example, between different needs for roads.
We have these policies, and actually these policies is saying this priority. We are saying there how we prioritize if we don't get money. There we actually saying.
And it's open and transparent, and everybody.
Everybody
Society,
can read it, but I don't know.
Municipalities, politicians, everybody knows that if budget is
okay, they know, but they don't really. It's open; they can read anyway. Somebody else have read it, but typically it's politicians not really saying that. They can understand, but when we say that you have sent that money and you get that money from that, and yeah, they understand it, but they want to please people and saying that can you do something for that? But anyway, we can't do anything else. What we have money. That's if we don't have money, you can't do it. For example, this year, because there was a payment. Typically, it's good way that we get 4,000 kilometers payment per year. That was great, and there was 1,600 previous year, and people was very angry, and politicians actually add 250 millions for us, and we get this 4,000 kilometers, and people was sort of happy, but
so
they're waiting.
Sometimes angry society is actually we can get
but it's although we have also same kind of problems with there was quite huge railway project. They was planning them, and now they decide not to do all, and it helps a little bit. Yeah, but depends on what is
okay. So
charging
what are you saying? If we are not building rails, it gives more money to roads.
Probably yes.
It's really important in this area now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It looks like
Jānis, you as a politician, but local politician, and one of the ones who are more like really practical ones, and your presentation showed that you are discussing like minor aspects maybe for politicians in Riga. These are not the problems, but these practical aspects regarding how to connect municipal road and small gravel state road, and how to combine these time slots for cleaning of snow. In Verners' presentation, actually, we saw that example from another municipality in Latvia, which is north part from Alūksne. What is the time slots of school bus going and the direction? And most probably, if the bus leaves from Alūksne 6:20 in the morning, if our snow cleaning car goes 7 o'clock, same route, actually it's not necessary. Because the most important part of society has already gone.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think? And this is actually first question to Verners. When discussing, and also we had these discussions with our road administration, road maintenance partners. Can we discuss? Is there a room actually, or our answer is just more finances and extra cars? Is there a room for us for discussion if we can change logistics? That this snow clearing car goes in 6 o'clock, not in 7 o'clock, and before the school bus. I know we have had these discussions, and tell us a bit more about it.
Yes, we have had these discussions, and actually here in auditory is also the contractors whom are executing all 19 contracts in daily maintenance of Latvian road network. There can be some small or minimal gains if we ask contractor, for example, not just ask, but if we don't have any additional financial funds for it. So as I said, there can be only some small gains from it, because just the same example I used from Alūksne, like if the snow cleaner car will use the road to go to the more priority road to clean, so this car can clean only maybe one side or only one part of the whole road where the school bus goes. And also there can be minuses, because, like, for example, if you're driving a road, one part of the road is clean and the other is with snow, so I think there is a higher possibility of some car accident. I think that the answer globally, without additional funds, we cannot solve this problem. We can do it a little bit better, but still, if we are buying the services in an open tender, so it is kind of not our as a public party right, to dig into commercial specifics of the contractor. So, but yes, we can change the situation, but to gain just a small benefit from it. Totally without any additional funds, I don't see that there will be a solution.
Okay. Jānis, we have heard from our colleagues from neighboring countries that complaining about something, and especially in a time when everybody has this Facebook, X, and all other possibilities, or TikTok possibilities, how to become famous between your friends, and sometimes it's blaming others. How do you think, or how do you feel actually in local municipalities? Quite close to Riga, so I know that Cēsis is the region or the area where people from Riga has moved actually to live and work out of there. So even in Finland, those are the ones who are complaining more. How do you think? What is the level of complaints, and how to deal with it?
The first point is that, as I mentioned in my presentation, that if we go to rural inhabitant meetings, then roads, maintenance, quality, safety, mobility is question number one. 75% of all discussions are all around that. Secondly, the winter time, of course, is the most intensive period with complaints. And of course, students must go to school and people must go to work and somebody must go to hospital and they are looking on time and they need to go. But for example, and thirdly, the quality standard for inhabitants is rising up. If you do something better than yesterday, tomorrow it doesn't matter. You ask the next level of maintenance, and for tomorrow, people has the next requirements. So this is somehow going up very fast, and I agree with Verners that without additional capacity, it is not possible to do all those maintenance works in wintertime till 8 or 7. It's not possible because those winter trucks are so much you have, and not more. But very interesting. But this is let's say exemption. Yeah, 2 weeks ago in the Marsnani inhabitants meeting. The one lady said, why you are cleaning in wintertime roads when there are 10 centimeters of snow? And I'm wondering, because usually people are requiring after 2 or 3 centimeters, why you are not cleaning? So this was something strange, but yeah, 99% of people requires to clean as much as it is possible, and especially in the rural territories. I understand that for the people this is the only way, the only connection to workshop services and so on. In city we can, let's say, go to the job by walking, and that's not the problem. But in countryside, this is a challenge. And from other side, they in rural meetings, people say, okay, the road and the road maintenance is the only one that you can offer us. You will not bring for us a water supply or sewage supply, or you will not bring us a street lighting. The road is the only one that you can serve us. And from that point of view, they have it true. For example, in Skujane, yeah, in house in rural territory, I will not offer him the central heating system or water supply or other such kind of communal services. The road is only one.
I can agree, of course, if it's systematic, but during winter time, and actually I remember from my childhood when I was kid living in a countryside, and actually yes, every winter there were 3 to 5 days and it was impossible actually to go to school. It wasn't a tragedy. How do you think, is it possible even try to communicate also with the help of these arguments of financing road maintenance works which are more essential in summertime, or as we discussed during lunchtime? By the way, this in Cesis was the best lunch we ever had in conference, so compliments. Discussing that today in some municipalities or people who are living next to gravel roads, for them even more important would be to make these anti-dust measures during summertime instead of 2 extra clearing of snow. Do you think also from like local political point of view, is it something we can sell to society or to discuss openly?
From our perspective and from our experience, 2 winters ago, we got plenty of complaints in social media. And then we started every morning to give information for local society. We cleaned during the night that street, that street, that street, that street. In the morning part, we will clean that street, that street, that street. In afternoon, we will do that, that, that. And then this, let's say, emotional stress goes down. Probably in the future, if it is possible to make any digital platform when people can, let's say, follow where are those machines and which roads and streets they are cleaning, and probably there is any operating information, what streets or roads are the next one, and probably this is a good solution for that. And also regarding, you mentioned that there are few days every winter that there are too much snow and the people can't go to the work. This pandemic time gave us a good experience also to organize this teaching from distance. But we must know this in the previous evening that tomorrow it will be not possible, and then we can give this information to schools and to parents and probably say tomorrow we don't have, let's say, this. We are not going to school, but we learn from house.
In Estonia and Lithuania, do you have also this discussion? Have you ever had the situation when you have to close roads for traffic because of too much snow, yes, that it's not even the question of safety. It's simply impossible to go through if you don't have a four-wheel drive.
Yes, sometimes it happens, especially when the winters is very hard, and mostly that was in lowest levels of the roads. But I think our contractor can manage that in, for example, 3, 5, or 6 hours. Okay. And to clean the road and can drive with that road. But if you're talking about communicating with drivers, with peoples, I think that is very important, and we are making not so much with that, because when we can talk with drivers, road users, what do you think, what is priority, to fix potholes or to clear the snow or to spread the salt? As we see that was on my presentation and on other presentations, I can see that we are spreading salt too much, because winter maintenance, it's more like comfort maintenance, because with that works, with that money, you're not making better road elements, asphalts, gravel, and so on, but only make better comfort for driving. I think in lowest levels of the road, that's not about safety. It's more like about comfort, because when the road is covered with snow, everything knows that you cannot drive fast, and there is no accidents and so on. And I think that we are making some bad decisions after some cases, some accidents. We have to raise requirements for winter maintenance.
Yeah. And in Estonia?
Yeah, in the past 15 years we've had a few cases where the road was closed because there was too much snow, but it's a rather exception than a rule, so it's not a big deal. But talking about the communication, yeah, it's really important. If, I don't know, I can take an example of using the seatbelts. Like 30 years ago, where we were driving without a seatbelt, you got into accident, flew out of the window, and it was fine, you know. But nowadays, 99% of people are using seatbelts, and at least in Estonia, I think a large part of that, bringing that knowledge to people was communicating it in every possible way. So I think, yeah, we should invest more into communicating and like telling people that if there's too much snow, then there's too much snow. Like it's nature. It's stronger than us anyway. So we have to communicate the reality to people so they can, you know, compare their expectations to reality. You have to bring down the expectations and serve them the raw reality. Because we could have, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times more service trucks, but like, you know, that's base expenses. That's, you have to buy the truck, you have to put a person in it to drive it, you have to get the material. The price goes down, up exponentially. So yeah, we have to communicate a lot. So I guess that's a big part of everything. But yeah, you know, today's society really encourages for people to tell out their opinion everywhere, like you said, Facebook, Instagram, and so on, so on. So that also plays some role in that knowledge.
And of course, traffic safety in winter time is challenging. Despite the statistics shows that the biggest and heaviest accidents are happening not during winter time, but still winter is coming, and most probably this weekend we'll see first snow. To our listeners, from traffic safety point of view, what drivers have to take into account?
I would say, of course, as the first snow is coming, if your car is not with winter tires on, leave it at home. Don't try to drive somewhere because you have to be somewhere. Use public transport. Ask a friend, ask a family member, so don't be a danger to yourself and to the other drivers. That's the main first thing for the first snow, that's for sure. Other thing, of course, is in what condition is your car as well, like from a tire point of view. Of course, so we have the point that we have minimal 4 millimeters of tire profile in the winter, so you can go through the technical inspection and everything. But it's not a safe tire. That's what we always also are telling to our customers and who come to our driving courses. Yeah, from a legal point of view, 4 millimeters is enough. From a practical or safety point of view, after 6 millimeters, please change the tires to new ones. I think the biggest point of safety is the tires in winter, and we are talking about it, and we are trying to be in different also shows and everything, like to communicate that. And I also would say that the road and traffic safety directorate is doing a good job in that perspective as well. And also the new legal point that we don't have or we can't use the usual M+S tires in the winter from this season on, that we have to have that snow and mountain. Yeah, so that's, I think, is also another good thing.
Mm-hmm. And in one of presentation of our colleagues, there were fact or conclusion that it's strange that actually we are asking a high quality road maintenance from gravel roads, but at the same time school buses, for them there is no mandatory requirement to have even winter tires. How do you find it? Because for us, one way to clear the snow, I believe, is the same amount of money, the price of new winter tires, also for these type of trucks, and also for heavy trucks. For heavy trucks, it's not necessary to have these winter tires at all.
I think from a legal point of view, that's in whole Europe. We are not an exception, I think,
Okay.
no, right, in that
I think
matter.
in Finland, I think it's mandatory for the heavy truck.
Yes, mandatory means that when state is buying a service, in that contract is saying that you have to have it, but not in other places.
Okay.
Yeah.
So private sector can do what they want, but if state is buying service for moving students or pupils, then actually you can state is buying also security or safety.
Yeah. We have safety issue there, and And one thing what is in Finland, I think is a good thing that we are reducing in winter time this 100 kilometers typically to 80 kilometers. This is and actually this last week we reduced this we take dark time and winter time speed limits. So it's.
And actually, this was my my next question regarding road safety, because of course there is nothing to hide. Some part of society wants to have higher speeds also during winter time, and especially in our case, winter season starts legally. On the 15th of October, and last 2 weeks we had like brilliant weather, plus 10 to 15 degrees, and of course people don't understand why we are reducing speed on our four-lane roads from 110 or 120 to 90. Is this discussion also going on there? And you are saying that you are reducing for all roads, or for?
It's almost all. It depends on where. But that's why I was saying this. It's not only winter time, but it's also saying that this weather condition is not so good. There could be winter, but there could be also this dark. You can see so well, and that's why we're adding this is winter and dark side, dark time this period. So
because for us it's there is the possibility only for roads where we can install these valuable road signs together with our friends from Lithuania and Estonia. We had common projects there. We can change it, and also during winter time, if there are reasonable road conditions, we will raise to 100 kilometers per hour. But for other roads where still we are using like permanent road signs, of course we are changing it once for all winter season.
We have a double sign, so it's just a flip. There's only one flip there. There's 100, and then a flip. This 80.
Okay.
So this is most of them is metal plates, signs. But that's what we're doing. The contractor is doing this. They're saying now we change, and they change everywhere, and they know the roads where they have to change this. They go and change this sign.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And from a road safety perspective, how do you think it's reasonable to change these speed limits, and actually where it is possible to keep them maybe not as high as summertime, but somewhere in between?
I think our Finnish colleague said a good thing, that not only the driving in winter, like when it's snow, ice, etc., is dangerous, but also driving in the night, because you don't see so much. So that's a very, very valid point, which we also always tell our safety course drivers, that you have to be aware also in the night. And there's of course animals and stuff other like that you have to be beware. And the longer it's dark, the longer the possibility to have these accidents. So I think from a safety point of view it makes sense. And as we saw previously, we have talked about that the heaviest accidents happen in summer, when people are driving over the speed limit, and sometimes a lot over the speed limit. And in the winter of course, ice is dangerous for sure. Then you don't have like any control over the car anymore. Snow is different. Snow is okay. We know how much it's sliding or not, and you just adjust your speed. But the ice thing, I would say, is the biggest issue in the winter, not the snow thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Verners, maybe because I have run through my questions. Last question.
Something good.
I will try. I'll try best.
As you understand, also for road maintenance management, we have different systems all across northern Europe and also between Baltics. So Estonians were the first who were having this free maintenance market. Lithuanians are still having a state delegated function to a state-owned company. We changed the system 2 years ago. You mentioned already these during your presentation, these formal gains, but your personal point of view, and also understanding the reality that roads are our crucial assets.
Yep.
Our neighbor, eastern neighbor, is not really friendly to us, and something can happen. How do you think about road maintenance? Is there any risks having a private market? Should we reconsider, or should we continue as we started?
Yeah, thank you, Martin. I think actually that one topic from your question will be the sooner or later on the table the next topic of quite specific and really important discussion. From formal view of perspective, like we opened the market and already for 2 years we are working in like rules according to open market. It is divided in 19 contracts, but all the contracts are won by state-owned maintenance company. And from that way, it makes a question. What is the correct way, to keep it commercial way, or maybe to jump back to delegated function? Of course, the picture could be more clear, and we can see maybe more benefits or minuses from it if we could have just at least, I don't know, 1 or maybe 2 private contractors. So, I don't know. My view or opinion about it is that we need to have a large discussion, political discussion, especially the thing you mentioned about our big neighbor, and that they like to get into other country without no asking and start the war. So, and if we are looking some things from Ukrainian situation, so in every country, roads are critical infrastructure. In case if we would have, like for example, some 2 or 3 private companies who are performing these routine maintenance contracts, then we could be in a position that we can do some statements or make some conclusions about it. But now it's hard to do because the state-owned company is working. From that perspective, I think now, today, I think that it's better to get back on delegated function because it is a critical infrastructure and the daily maintenance must be performed by the state-owned company or agency or whatever. But in 2 years, I think, we will launch a new tender, and maybe after the results, we will change our mind. But my opinion that I just mentioned, that maybe we need to get back on the delegated function, is built is built more on that if everything is okay, like we are not at war, Because we don't know how will private company perform their tasks
if there is such an
extra situation.
Extra situation, yes.
And actually, this could be my last but not least question to Estonian and Finnish colleagues. So in peacetime, everything is good and everybody is happy. But even in peacetime, if these private bidders are not giving a correct price, they might get bankrupt and so on and so on. And then the crucial function actually is without possibility to be performed. Have you had such a situation? And how you are, and if not, how you are mitigating these risks?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I do not know such happenings in the recent times, so that has not been an issue. But I think we're relying on good cooperation with partners, you know, because as you mentioned before, like we have built our systems based on peacetime or regular times. Things happen, but we have had those discussions with our partners as well. We have our crisis meetings, our crisis procedures gone through if those things happen. So we have been preparing for those things on slight matter. But yeah, the bankruptcy things haven't been really an issue for us, at least not in the past.
And in Finland?
Yeah, this crisis thing we have actually in our contract. We have levels of crisis. Sort of could be bad weather or something else, and even to the war. We have actually agreements. It's not public agreements, but this contractor we have with our army.
Okay.
And we have two bankruptcy we had, and there was okay. That's tricky one. How to say it? It's just we really have to. We have actually have a plan. What happens if this happens? Then we do stages how we handle this, and of course it's coming quite fast. Actually, we see these small hints there that something is happening. And then it stops directly, and but we could handle that, and then we have negotiations with another contractor. Can they handle this next year? And we share this area, and after that we have make a new tender, and yeah, it continues that way. Mm-hmm. 2 times we have done it.
Okay.
So, and I have been part of them. Actually.
Thank you. With the hope that nothing like this will happen. Actually, I would like to thank all of you for first of all for being here, being in Latvia, being in CESIS, having this discussion. For me personally, this was one of the most useful conference out of all we had, because we touched upon really like practical aspects from our everyday's life. I hope, and actually I'm pretty sure, that we as a state roads, as a road administration company in Latvia, will continue to pay as much attention as to road construction, also to road maintenance. So this will be not our first and last discussion, but this is the start of row of maintenance companies. So. Once more, thank you for coming. For all our listeners and Facebook viewers, I wish safe winter season. Understand that we'll do we together with our maintenance partners will do our best to ensure a safe mobility, but climate change and some tougher days most probably will come, and patience will be needed. Thank you.
Can I finish with one real life joke? Some weeks ago, the Prime Minister was in regional visit here in Cēsis. And then we have in the afternoon visiting one business company. And then we finish this, let's say, looking this company. And then the managing director asked for the Prime Minister, Mrs. Prime Minister, as you work as much with confidential information, I have you a question. And she's looking on this manager, what will come, what question will come. And the question was, can you say this winter we will have snow? So this is still open question for all the...
Mobility is in regions is important and essential. So with this joke, we'll end today's conference. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being here and raising questions.
Thank you.